All right, guys. Hello, hello, hello. I'll take a few seconds to let this go live. Usually there's a little bit of delay when we go live, so hence why I just chat a bit until I can see us go live. Here we go. All right, I can see myself. We are live. Welcome everyone to our first workshop of many actually of our ATN Summit. So thank you all for joining. I'll let a few people just kind of like pile into the virtual room here. Um, one thing I always love to ask when we do workshops and put it into the chat is where are you tuning in from? Because we love to know where in the world everyone is reaching. That's why we're an online platform, so we can reach many different people around the world. So yeah, let me know in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. Let me know you can hear me okay. What's up from Brazil? Nice. Amsterdam, New York City, Belgium, Greece. Ah, awesome. Keep them coming, and then we'll read them out. Um, but yeah, so this is our first workshop of many for our summit. So some of you guys may know that we are putting on our very first conference next year called the ATN Summit. In fact, what I'll do is let me share my screen so I can walk you through our website and everything that's going on. Let's do a window. Okay, so let me have to manage myself here as I'm the moderator. But yeah, so we're putting on our first conference next year in March, 18th and 19th of March, called the ATN Summit. It's going to be a 2-day conference with some really amazing speakers and sponsors and firms that are attending. It's a 2-day conference with TED-style talks, so all the talks are kind of around that 20-minute mark, short, precise, straight to the point, around the topics of architecture, technology, and entrepreneurship. We're not just a tech conference, we also want to expand to design as well as technology and also entrepreneurship, something we don't talk too much about as architects. It's going to be in-person talks, amazing networking, the workshops like this in the build-up to it. We've got themes that people will talk around, some incredible speakers. So we just released a whole bunch of speakers. As you can see, we've got some incredible speakers that are going to be talking about projects, technology, design, whatever it is they want to share as their idea. We have, of course, also we'll be doing workshops, and this is the first one, the one with Big and D5 workshop. Early next year, we'll also be doing one with Foster's, which will be kind of similar style, free and accessible on our YouTube channel. The rest, they will come. We're actually going to try and push to make them as free as we can or accessible as we can. And it will culminate in a hackathon the weekend before the summit. So there's loads of cool stuff going on. Tickets are now available. Early bird tickets are available now. They run till around the 11th of January. So you can buy a 2-day pass with that early bird ticket before the price goes up. Also, if you're a student, we do have student tickets. So you can grab them there with a pretty good discount. And so, yeah, this is why we're doing this workshop. It's part of the build up to our summit. So come and join us in London in March. I think I'll just pause there for showing you around the summit, and let's move on to bringing onto stage our tutor for today, Camila. Let me grab her from backstage.
Hi everyone, I'm Camila. How is it
Welcome.
going?
Yeah. Welcome. So Camila is a architect and visual specialist from Big. If you joined us on Wednesday, you would have heard from her talking about how Big is using D5, how they're using it. I said we there. I'm no longer part of Big, but how you guys are using it in the office. Funny enough, I think D5 was really starting to grow just as I left the office. Actually, I saw like more people using it. But yeah,
In which
Camila,
year you left?
I left in the very beginning of 2024.
Okay.
But I remember you guys were using it in Barcelona, and it was starting to grow more and more. I catch people using it. Um, so yeah, Camila, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me. Yes, as Oli was saying, we have been using DeFi since 2 years now, and it keeps growing and growing more and more. The program is quite something new, like from 4 years now. They launched it in 2021, so nowadays, like people are more incorporating and knowing what is the program about. But I think it's nice to share what we are doing here at Big.
Yeah. And just going back, I'm loving seeing all the places people are from. I see Guatemala, somewhere I just went recently. Colombia, Philippines, Ethiopia, Barcelona, Indonesia, Argentina. We got two
Argentina.
Argentinas. So
Yeah.
Camila is based in Buenos Aires right now. Probably
Buenos
butchering
Aires. Yeah,
Buenos
I'm half
Aires.
Italian and Argentinian, so now I am in Argentina. Uh, we are going to be doing it from here.
Yeah. So this is how ATN rolls. We're all the way around Venezuela. Someone's asking where am I tuning in from? I'm based in London. So London is the home of ATN, really, because I'm here. But also, it's sort of like the capital of architecture, in my opinion. Um, oh wow, there's some amazing. Germany, India, Egypt, Albania, Brazil, Iran, Kosovo, Nepal,
Okay,
Argentina, India, Myanmar, Ethiopia. Amazing. Like
all
this is
around
why
the
we do
world.
it.
Yeah, nice.
Um, So yeah, Camila, thank you for joining us. So a couple points before I hand over is so a recap. This is a workshop. It is recorded. That's someone's asking. It's recorded. It will just live on here on YouTube. There's also a pre-recorded masterclass that we have made for you guys. So it's a little more in bite-sized chunks, and you go and kind of do it at your own pace as well, which is available on the ATN website. Hopefully you guys have all signed up to that. If you haven't, you just go onto our website or go through the ATN Summit website, go through the workshop page and just sign up there. You'll get access to that and all of the assets as well. This is live, so there are challenges of doing things live, particularly running rendering software and stuff like that. So do bear with us if you see things are lagging or anything. We've got the best setup. But this is also why we have partnered with HP. And so HP have been working with D5 to really optimize their hardware in order to deal with D5 and of course rendering platforms that require a good level of performance. So one of the things we will also be releasing or announcing now and releasing early next week is our ATN D5 video competition. So this workshop is intended to kind of give you the skills or upskill you if you know D5 already, and open it up for a free competition. You don't need to pay anything to enter these competitions. And the idea is we will give you the model. In fact, we'll give you it today, and you guys will be able to create your own scene. And in fact, as a little bit of a preview whilst we're doing this, you can see on our ATN Summit website, if you go atn-summit.com, if there's now a competition page as of this morning where we've just outlined the parameters of the competition. In short, the idea is you will take the model from today, the birdhouse model, you use that. You're not allowed to modify the geometry, but you can transport it to anywhere in the world, like a cool location, in the desert, in the jungle, maybe even on the water, underwater, like go crazy with it, and create your own 30-second to 1-minute video, and submit it. And we'll pick a top 10, which gets 3 months of D5 Pro, as well as our foundation masterclasses on ATN. Second prize, you get 6 months plus a ticket to the summit, as well as the masterclass. And the first prize winner will get a HP laptop. We will release the details around the laptop 1 year of D5 Pro, ticket to the summit, and access to our masterclasses. So we'll be releasing more information, and we'll be releasing this officially next week. But as a little early soft release, we'll release it now. So we'll also be doing the competition. Now, last little pieces of housekeeping from me. So, questions. If you guys have questions, please put them in the chat. I will keep an eye on this, and I will select them, the ones that seem relevant as we go along. We will be taking little breaks. So we'll do little 10-minute breaks along the way when Camila feels like it's the right time between key things. Again, ask your questions in there and I'll filter them out. Already in the link below this video is the model, which you can download. But I did see someone is asking, could I save it in an older version of Rhino? I'll do that now in the background. I'll save it to Rhino 7, unless anyone wants anything earlier than that, okay? But I'll quickly do that now. Sorry, I didn't think of that. Yeah, you'll also have access to the pre-recorded masterclass after this. My final thing I'll ask is, we are creating this content on YouTube for you guys to access all around the world, right? And this is part of our build-up, and thanks to our sponsors D5 and HP that make this possible. The only thing I ask from you from ATN is hit that stupid like button, hit that stupid subscribe button. It's a free stupid button, but it really helps us out, right? And the more we can grow the channel, the more I can make this kind of stuff accessible to you guys for free. So that is the goal of what we're doing. Spread the word of ATN, tell your friends to go and check out this course. They'll be able to access it at least for the next month for free. So that's all I ask for you guys, is spread the word of ATN and hit that stupid little button. Otherwise, I think that's enough for me blabbing away. And unless you guys have any questions, someone's asking, is it available in SketchUp format? No, but I will. What we'll give you for the competition was probably actually going to be the D5 base. Today we'll give you the Rhino file. I can export it to SketchUp. I'll see if that works, but I'll try and fix a couple of these things in the background. But otherwise, Camila, is a good time to hand over to you.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone knows Oli, but Oli is also a tutor for us. He has been like teaching people at Big since I entered, or even before. But I have been following his work since quite a long time now, so I'm happy to be here. And yeah, I'm going to share my screen.
I'm going to hide backstage, guys, but I'll be there to look at your questions, and I'll sort out some of these models in the meantime.
Wait.
I'll wait for Camila to share screen, and we'll jump into it. I'm excited as well. My D5 skills are improving, but I'm actually here to learn as well. That's the benefit of doing these courses, is it's just upskilling for me.
So now I'm sharing what you see. You are looking at the screen.
We got the Rhino model.
Okay, no, because it's wait.
Guys, ask any questions. When will D5 be released for Mac? I don't know, actually. Unfortunately, I don't have the inner workings of that, but maybe it's coming in the future. I don't know for that one.
Okay, now yes.
Yeah,
now you see my screen. Which one you see? The one with the correct one or the other one?
The notes one. So if you go, yeah.
Yes. Let's.
Yeah, exactly. All right, perfect.
All right.
If you just
Perfect.
want to hide the sharing thing,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry for that. So
All right,
let's
I'll hand over to you.
Okay, let's start talking about what I do at Big. Hi, I'm Camila again. I have been working here at Big since 5 years now. I started as design assistant. I did 6 months by doing that. Then I jumped into junior, and then finally, after 6 months of being junior, I've been into an architect. And then the Big gave me the opportunity to be entering in the BIS team, that is actually design technology team. And to introduce a little bit what is design technology, it's a group of specialized people in charge of introducing technology into the design that any big office or gathers these disciplines as BIM, computational, BIS, simulation, fabricational, and AI, that we cannot deny that nowadays is going and going crazy. And yeah, this is what I do in Big. And we create immersive experience and visual communication. Um, and I'm going to be doing the workshop here for you to know how to do that. And before starting, I would like to share where I'm from in the office in Barcelona base. And this is how everything started. At Big, all the offices starts by moving just a small team to a new country because we have new projects going on. That's me quite a long time ago. And yeah, we were 20 when I entered, and now we are reaching 120. So that's crazy. It came with a lot of growth, with a lot of changes. We moved offices. Before we were in an office in a tower. Now we are in the front of the road in Barcelona, in Ronda Sant Pere. If someone wants to say hi, you can pass and see. And yeah, in only 2 years of the office, we changed from a apartment office, like tower office, to 2 floors basement of more than 1,000 square meters. That's crazy. And that is us today. And as I was saying, the office is beautiful. We have both sides from the Barcelona, so it's double ventilation. We have all the inspiration from Barcelona with Gaudi tiles all around the office, from the up level to the bottom in the basement. That the basement, don't worry, it's all open, double heights with a lot of lighting. Yeah, and this is us. In the last trip we did, because something that always Big tries to do is to do these trips. That is a nice experience to share with the people that we work with, and visiting all big projects. So we always go with a partner, and the partner that create that project will explain you how it came across. We went to Lego House. It was quite crazy to be there, like with the partner in charge of that. And yeah, and this is what we are going to be seeing today, how I do these images since 5 years now. They give me the opportunity of express myself in each image. And I need to like kind of share the design philosophy of the office in each image, allowing me to share all the core design values such as sustainability, design innovation that we always have at Big. That's what we always try to reach. Not just documenting architecture, but helping to design it. And bringing alive public spaces in each building. And this is a render that we did for Hungarian Museum. And we try always to get a story, because if we don't read the story behind the image kind of fail. So we always try to show it and reflect it on what we do. For you to know, we are always constantly experimenting new tools. That's what we do at Design Technology. We try to always make more effective our workflows, trying to search for new tools, new softwares, AI. So we kind of explore and communicate in all the ways. How we work with this culture of creativity in big, meaning that we work with iterations as a process of design, that these iterations, we show it in the images. So it's very important for big working with the image because it's kind of decision making. We use it as a tool, strong tool. That's why we are willing to teach everyone how to use the visual elements to show how you design, translating concept into reality. And this is what we are going to be seeing, how we do the landscaping, the context generation, and everything, merging practicality, idealism, both in visionary and realistic way. As I was saying before, this is a project we did 4 years now, and now it's finished, the construction. As you see, the image that we did it in concept, long time ago in concept early design, we can see the same but built, and it's quite nice to see it and encourage people to learn how to use these tools. I think it's open 1 month ago now. And even in large-scale projects, our job is to make people feel the space. And the art of turning fiction into fact is a quote that I wanted to add of Bjarke. And this is what we are going to be seeing today. So from introduction of what is D5, how to download it, I'm going to be showing you everything so you don't have any doubt, how to bring the model to life. The model is going to be from Rhino, so try to download it from Rhino. If you use another softwares, don't worry, we are going to try to make it work. I'm going to explain how it works with the other format softwares that it works. Then the fielding we build, I'm going to be showing how we go to create the perfect atmosphere with environment, and then going through the lens. Through the lens, meaning we are going to be tweaking lighting, we are going to be adjusting cameras, telling everything that we can say to help you to set the perfect scene. And then to finalize the art of rendering, how we shoot it, how we make post-production. I'm going to be using all the tools that I have in the program, so you will have all the options for you to learn. Before I start, I would like to share a little bit how was our process at Big. So Big opens in 2005. At the beginning, we were using sketches, foam models. We were quite old school office. We were having one license of V-Ray. It's crazy because nowadays we are 1,000 people, but of course, as all offices started with less than 5. We were doing this famous diagrammatic, you see my mouse, right? Diagrammatic models. Then we jump in 2015 with Enscape, that it was a change in the architecture world, doing the democratization of visualization where everyone can use and anyone can know how to use. Because before V-Ray, it was kind of for a small group of people that knows how to use it. And also you need to have strong computers. Enscape changed that, making decisions making like easy decision to make. And then in the meantime also appears how to make videos. Then in 2021, as I was saying before, DeFi entered in the market, a new software that promised a revolution. But of course, it was like 10 years building this project of DeFi. I was talking with the DeFi group, and they were telling me how at the beginning was created not for architecture, but then they realized that they were a strong tool for visualization. It was quite interesting. And yeah, then we incorporated in 2022 at Big. I think we started using it. I started using it, I saw it online. I was trying to search how to fix a lot of problems that we were having in visualization. As I was saying, trying always to get more tools and doing efficiency. And we were using Enscape, that it was kind of nice for what we do as studies, but at the moment to get any videos or any high quality render, we were struggling a bit, taking longer to get a good quality render and impossible to get videos. We could do like some walkthroughs, but to get a real animation, it was kind of hard. So that's where I found D5. Quite happy to find, of course, at the beginning, as any firm, when you listen that someone wants to introduce a new program, we are going to face a lot of no, because how I'm going to be the only person in 1,000 people knowing how to use a program, and how we are going to spread that knowledge. So that's why I have been working with my team since 1 year or two, no, less than 2 years, because at the beginning was me like learning and how to incorporate it in our workflow. That's why this is a workflow that I'm going to be sharing today. And yeah, and nowadays I'm doing big schools, I'm doing workshops all across the offices for people to be using it more and more. The way that they know that we use it at Barcelona, because I'm based in Barcelona, as I said before, we have a policy, like a philosophy, to share our updates at Big. We always share the projects in between the offices, so everyone has knowledge of what we are doing, and they start seeing that the Barcelona images, like production of any way, like diagrams, renderings, were like quite increasing the level. So it was thanks for D5. So that I'm going back to the timeline. Then appear AI in the middle of 2021 and where we are now. And the reason that we start using D5 is that it's the only software that incorporates that from the beginning. And this is kind of a resume of why D5 is important for us, because it gathers all these elements that we use. We have real scale projects. You will see that D5 works kind of in a cloud. That's why it like free your Rhino file, which sometimes it gets super tough to work, because for example we were working before with Enscape, and Enscape was creating tons and tons of assets inside Rhino, making files impossible to work. And as a big firm, we have large scale projects, and that is something that we struggle a lot. So then the real-time collab, as I was saying, Enscape has the real-time collab. That's why we were using it before. But the real-time collab here, it's not only real-time but one user, but also multiple users. I can be working as Bees. The landscape team can be using it at the same time, interior designers and the design team. And then the undeniable high quality images. And then last but not least, the ease of use, that this is what I was explaining before. with the V-Ray, sorry, with the V-Ray, it was kind of hard to make people understand how it works. Not everyone is familiar with that, but I think now you will see, if you never use it, you will see that it's very intuitive, this interface. We are going to try to make it work the easiest possible. But yeah, but the most important thing for us is that allows us to bring our project in the most sustainable way, considering that this is our ecosystem, all the software that we use, and D5 is trying to combine multiple of those. So today I brought a special project for me because I did a treehouse hotel 4 or 5 years ago, and I was using Enscape, as you see, and this is what we could get back then. Of course, the tools and the softwares were a little bit behind than now, but this is what we, like in your right, this is what we can do today with D5, and this is the reality. The project is built. For anyone that don't know how, like, what is this project about, this is a treehouse hotel. It's in the middle of Sweden, and it's in the middle of a forest. It's a room of a 7-room hotel with, which has 7 different firms. We were like doing one of those, and we were not only gathering 2 people because it's a super small project, it's for only 2 guests, but in the inside, from the outside, is for more than 100 species of birds. That's why the boxes are for gather birds, and as you see, the vision match reality. It's crazy. So yeah, let's start. I'm going to be closing this.
Yeah, maybe I'll just jump in. Just questions from people. I don't think there's any big questions, but a lot of people asking, will this video remain on YouTube and things like that? It will do. So don't worry about that. I've uploaded all the different model types to this new link, which I've pinned to the chat. So there's a SketchUp file, Rhino 8, Rhino 7, and Rhino 6. So if you need any other ones, let me know. I'll upload it. Otherwise, I'll hand it back over to you, Camila.
Okay. So you see my screen? No?
Yeah, we got the create in real time from D5.
Okay. So I hope everyone already downloaded the file. I don't know if Oli already gave the Rhino, the correct Rhino.
You guys should have it.
Okay, so let's start. So if everyone knows, D5 is a visualization solution. We can go to the website. The website, as you see, is d5render.com, and you will see that here you have a free download. So if you don't have the program, you can download it directly from here. You will see that you have to download a launcher. That is going to be the first thing to do. The launcher will allow you to show all the projects and all the new updates of the program. But it's not what we are going to be using. You can check here the requirements of the systems. I hope you brought a good computer because, as you know, all these requirements are quite high. So after downloading D5, you are going to see in the website, if you go here, all the things inside the program, that are the things that we are going to be seeing, from the AI capabilities, the asset library, animation, and all the features. Then the workflow, we can go here and see what is D5 connected with. That is the thing I was saying before. Once you have downloaded the program, I hope you are doing right now, we are going to try to go a little bit slower so you have time to download and everything, and then to jump together into the project. So as you see here, we have all the connections. We have from 3ds Max, from SketchUp. Rhino is the one we are going to be using today. If you download, you can like there apply which one you want to download, if Rhino 6, 7 or 8. I think it doesn't have less than 6, so I hope everyone has more than 6. Then we have Revit, Blender, the ones that most used. Okay, that is about the workflow. Then we have solution, that is for what is the program about, for architecture, landscape, and interior designers. So I hope everyone is here about those areas. And then if you touch the explore button, we are going to see that we have a blog where it's quite nice what they built at D5. They are trying to do like kind of a community where everyone can talk and discuss what is needed in the program. So what it does this is they are trying to make a solution for the customers. So if you see that the program is not working in some way, you just need to put it in the blog, like a Reddit blog, and you can criticize the program or not, or bring all the questions. So also here you will see that you can do a download of screens. What this program allows us is to show you like different scenes, like files generated by another person, so you can share yours and maybe another person can download and use your assets. But don't worry about that, we are going to explain it deeper after. And then here you have all the tutorials, samples, D5 tutors, and help center. So we are going to have from the program, also they are all in YouTube, but if you want to have only the ones from D5, they are quite 1-2 minutes videos, so it's quite easy to follow. It's not like super long, you are going to see. And then the pricing, I think, is kind of interesting to show the difference of the plans. So I'm going to be using today the team version, but it's because at Big is the one we use. But don't worry, you don't need to use the team version, because as you see, it's the most expensive. But you can use first, if the first time you are using the program, you can make a login or create a new account, and you are going to receive 15 days by free to use the pro version. The pro version has the same as the teams, but the teams is for collaborative, like working as a team. So the ones, if you are an only user, the one that you are going to be using probably is going to be the pro version. So you will log in or make your account, and after making your account, you will receive an email that it will allow you to enter into this 14-day by trial. Or if you don't want to fill the form and get the 15 days by trial that you can be doing right now, you can be using the community version that, as you see, is for free. The program is totally for free to download, totally for free for use. The only things that are going to change is the features that you have inside. If you have the community version, that is the free one, you will be seeing that not all the pro assets are going to be available for you, but the rest of the program you can be using. You can compare the entire thing. Here, like, it will be explaining better, like what is the thing missing in the community. But if it's for learning and you don't know the program and you don't want to jump into a license, you can use the community. But I recommend you to use the pro trial for 15 days. So I also have days to be testing afterwards. But yeah, so let's download it. I don't know if anyone has questions in the meantime of downloads.
Let me have a look. Guys, anyone have any questions on downloads? Put it in the chat. Should be fairly self-explanatory. I guess, Camila, the one thing is, if you're a student, right, it's free.
Yeah,
which is pretty
if
good.
you
Or
are
an
a
educator.
student, is for free. I think you have, you have to just show like your ID from university and you will get license for free. I don't remember how many months, but yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't think there's any questions, so
Amazing.
yeah.
So, okay. So after having the download of the program, you will have to download the synchronizer. Why? Because, as I was saying, we are going to use Rhino. You can use the live sync that is going to allow you to work in real time, as I was explaining. So yeah, let's download the live sync. Otherwise, you can also use the program without live sync. That is what I'm going to be using today, because I don't want to like make you wait in the synchronizer. I don't know how it works with the streaming, but we were quite scared. So we are going to be showing how to do it and the ways to do it. So here we are in Rhino. I don't know if everyone is familiar with the program, but as you see, we have all the layers. Try to clean up the layers as much as you want, as much as you can, let's say better, because what is going to be in the program is important for you to know that everything as you have it here, layer is going to be understood by D5 exactly the same. So if you have here everything without material, it's a problem because D5 works layer to material. So this, it will need to be all in different materials, otherwise the program will attach everything as a default material. So for that we have a little trick. At Big, what we use is some scripts. We have assign material to layer and object to layer. Object to layer is, for example, if we have all these boxes and we want to create different materials to all the surfaces, because as I was saying, the program will understand exactly the material from the layers. So imagine that you model everything and you have all in the same layer and you don't want to take the time to divide. You just use this script that then only it will add for your downloads. So object to layer, it will automatically use all these objects and create new layers for you. As I used it before, I have all the layers already done, but as you see, I don't have all the materials. I have empty materials that we are going to be using with this assign materials to layers. So it's a little script that you install, and then with the simple writing mat to layer, it will ask me to generate all these new materials randomly, but it's not a material that I care, because it's just for the program to understand that I need another material in each layer. And now we press random color. We don't really care in Rhino about the material, but we do care in D5. So let you wait a second and you will see that they start to appear here. So now we have everything and we are going to save. So while we wait to save this, I'm going to show this toolbar that appears when you style the live sync of Rhino. You will see that we have different buttons. We have here the button to connect and install. This is the main button because this is going to be doing the synchronizer, so we are going to send the program directly, the file directly to the program. And then if you have some cameras, save in Rhino, because sometimes we do big some generation diagrams or any perspective view, we are going to be using this sync cameras and also send it to the program. I think I'm going to close PowerPoint, so we open D5. And in the meantime, I will be showing you how we do, because as I was saying before, you have two ways to work at D5. First, you have the live sync, that is only if you want to have everything synchronized at the same time. But if your computer is not strong enough and you want to be working more calm without having struggled with the program to collapse, we are going to be importing the model, the 3D model. D5 has any, like you can import any format in the program, which is nice. The only thing that you need to be sure is that you don't have any assets of Enscape if you use Enscape. If you use V-Ray assets, like from V-Ray Chaos Cosmos library, you will see that the program understands and shows the textures. That is super nice, because you can be downloading assets, any 3D model from websites, some SketchUp warehouse or any other way. But you will see that the program understands and give you the texture. So we are here. Once you start pressing this button, you can, everyone, like after doing the cleanup of the layers and applying materials, that is done. This is only the thing that you need to do, and you are ready to connect D5 to Rhino. So once you connect Rhino to D5 by live sync, you will see that it will appear directly here. But as I was saying before, we are going to go save and import it. So, okay. So this is the program, this is the interface.
Camila,
Yes.
let me just jump in. Some people asking, would we be able to share that little script that you use?
Yes, I was saying that then Oli is going to share with you. Maybe it's good that we, in the break, we add it.
Yeah, guys, we'll come back. We'll take a break in a few minutes, and then I'll come back and I can add that for you guys. So
if you want, we can take a break now. We upload it, and then we, after 10 minutes break, we can start using the program all together. So we give people a little time to download everything.
Sure. Does that? Yeah, if that works, guys. Should we do a little 10-minute break? We'll grab the. Let me just change the layout so you can see me. Hello. We can take a 10-minute break here since we just got going. I'll grab the file. I'll upload it to that same folder that I've shared with you guys, and then you guys can catch up, and then we'll start off from D5. That makes sense, right?
Cool.
Okay, guys. So 10 minutes. So we'll jump on just before 4 o'clock here in the UK. In 10 minutes, wherever you are in the world, plus 10 minutes. Okay.
Amazing.
All right. Hey guys, I'll just answer a few questions here. Oh, there you go. I'm kind of as big as I can make myself here. Um, so yeah, I've loaded the scripts so you guys can access that. Um, so it should be in the link next to this video, next to where my face is. On the chat at the top, I should have pinned, there's a new link to a Google Drive, which has a folder with all the different versions, and there's a folder for the Rhino script as well, um, which is pretty good. Bring Camila back from the stage. Um, then there's a few random questions. What were they?
Let's see.
Someone's saying, what laptop do you use, Camila? So I'll answer this a little bit because we are doing this in partnership with HP. And so the goal was to actually get Camila a HP computer, um, which is tuned to use D5. But as Camila is in Argentina and not Barcelona, it was more difficult to get a computer out to her. So yeah, that's why we're working with HP, is because they are kind of in partnership with D5, and they're great computers to run that. So yeah, that's a little bit about hardware. Maybe I think some people, Camila, were asking, did you open up D5 from Rhino, or was it just, did you open it
Yeah,
separately? How do you usually do that?
I'm going to explain it better again, just for clarify any doubts. So we have two ways to open D5. So one is from the sync, live sync. So you will turn on directly from here if you want to work in real-time collaboration. Like you will send the model directly and it will open for you D5, but we are not using this option just for the sake of the streaming. We are going to use it as imported file here. So yeah, that is the two different ways to work.
Yeah, guys, people keep asking where's the script. It should be, there's a folder that says Rhino scripts in the drive, Rhino scripts, and
Yeah.
you got objects to layers and assign materials to.
Yeah, there are two, like, I think one is from Rhino and the other one is just a Python script. So you can download both, and I will go back a little bit in Rhino to explain better those two for people to not have any doubt. So you will have those two. This one you will need to install it, but it's a second. And this one is something that you just drag and drop. As you see, I just did it for all the boxes. It takes 2 minutes to load because we have 350 boxes, I think, as you see here. So it's just a matter of dragging and dropping here in Rhino, and it will ask you if you want to create a different layer to all these objects. That, as I was saying before, it's good if you don't want to be doing it yourself, because what it's going to allow you then is to apply different materials to all these layers, but you don't have to do it manually because we have the solution for you with the material to layer script that works differently, that you need to write it here as a command button in Rhino, mat to lay. So I hope we don't have any doubts about those two scripts. So we can start here in D5. As you see, it's a very easy and interactive interface to use. So we will see that you have all the scene list. That means that we are going to have all the cameras in this list. And then layers, because in D5 we work like in Photoshop with layers that you can turn off and turn on. Also Lumion, I think it was having this back then, that you can turn off if your computer is not that strong. And then the object list in the left. That here it will be adding all the import or not import from the library assets. Everything that we add in the program, it will be in this list. Then continue a little bit showing what we have here. We have in the right the environment and the effects. The environment, we are going to see that we have all the lighting from natural lighting. Then we are going to have in this button all the artificial lighting, but we are going to go deeper then in each. It's just to show you how are all the buttons and how it's distributed. Then we have here all the effects that we have inside, kind of a little post-production inside the program. Then here we have path tools, because the program has different paths to apply materials, any asset. And then here the brushes to apply also the assets material library. Then the particles, that is going to be special assets that we have in the program. Then here you can add a physical camera to be able to move it inside the program. Or you can import it like from Rhino. You can import it from there and you will have it directly here. As I was saying before, if you have in your Rhino file already cameras that you want to use because the team choose it and we want to keep them as they are, we are going to press this button and send it to the D5 scene list. As you see there, synchronize camera views, and they will appear directly in this list. But yeah, we can start using the model that we import. And as I was saying before, I imported just to use it as a normal version of D5. I think D5 started working like that in the beginning, and then they add the synchronized version in real time. So you see that we have everything quite ugly in colors as we have in the materials of Rhino. The program is not understanding that you have any materials because you need to assign it. So what are we going to do is just to create some cameras that we want to do and add it in the scene list, because we don't have the synchronized version. If you want to use the synchronized version, you can send from Rhino, otherwise we will have to create from scratch. But let's start talking about what we have here, that is the terrain. And as I said before, we have the treehouse file, and the terrain is always coming as preset, like already there as the base model. We can turn off and turn on if you want to use the one from Rhino. I delete the one from Rhino because I want to create it from D5, so I'm going to be just reloading here, and in the meantime that this charge, I'm going to explain how I import it. So here you will see that you have a little button of import, that it will allow you to import any 3D. So this file I imported like that. I imported from the import list, and you as you see, you import any 3D that you want. So yeah, here we have, you see that I delete from my main file. So if you work without the synchronized version, you need to just save it, and it will allow you to reload. Doing a right click here, and you press reload, and this allows you, like, it helps us a lot at Big, because sometimes we are working with different files. So I can be adding here the model, the main file, then I can be having landscape, and then if someone has the landscape, I just ask him, please save the file so I can reload, and they can be like doing the new adjustments. So yeah. So talking about terrain a little bit more, you will see that we can do different ways. We can do manually with the terrain that already exists and is here. We can be like adjusting the size of this. I think if anyone is familiar with Twinmotion and Lumion, we used to have this tool that for those that use it before, you will see that it's a little bit painful because it will take a lot of time for you to create really something good. like you need to be adjusting a little bit everything, very small sizes to make it look more realistic. So the program has our back on that, and if you go here in the asset library, we will have the online one, the local one, and the team one. So we go here to terrain, and you will see that the program already has some presets for you to not have to be struggling trying to do it manually. But that is up to you. If you want to spend time and do it really accurate with your terrain, you can be using these tools, and then also you can be painting those and adjusting as much as you want. We can erase, we can do it smoothly or flatten the surface. But as today we are going to be using the library, I want to show you some cool features that you have here. For example, we have this, that is the canyon one. Don't worry, we are going to adjust it, but as you see, it's super realistic, and if you go, it will directly apply it in your terrain that you had before. This allows you to create anything that you want. We can adjust it, we can reduce the height, make it more flatter, because in D5 all the assets that you will apply, it will be always something that you can adjust and customize as much as you want. So we can create this. Of course, this is too big, so we can reduce the size. As you see here, maybe it's too small. Let's make it 100, maybe more. Okay. So yeah, but as I'm going to be doing a file in the middle of the forest, I'm going just to leave it in the side, as it's going to be a lake. And you will see that they start appearing those little buttons that are like for games also. If you want to remove it, because now we have only one, so it doesn't bother you, but in the future you will start having more and more, and maybe something that you don't want. I'm going to just touch L, and you will see that if you use the L button from the keyboard, it will disappear. But just to touch it, you just press it and you will be able to move it, and the terrain, it will move with you. And then maybe we are going to use...
Maybe Camila, to interrupt you, I think,
Yes.
guys, this is why for the competition, if you guys want to do this, we really want to see you use this and like take it to really unique places, like on the side of a cliff, in a dune. You know, we'd love to see where you guys take this, and maybe even find a local bird that your birdhouse is going to cater to. That would be a pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think D5 has this tool that you can do whatever you want as much as your imagination goes, and that is what we always try to do at Big, to use programs that allow us to be creative and like don't limit us in a way. So yeah, you see that in a second you can create cool terrains and generate as much as you want, adjust the heights, adjust even the colors. So here, if you go, we are going to see like divided by categories. So if you want mountains, you want Iceland dunes, or any, even you have craters. This is nice for people that likes to do stuff in the space.
Yeah.
Feel free in the video.
Take the birdhouse to space. I know it doesn't make that much sense. There's not many birds.
You can
on
make
Moon
in a
or
capsule,
Mars.
but yeah, if you see, I can press it to see, because it's if you, this is important to move inside the program. We are going to be moving with the buttons as any game, pressing W, A, and D, like to go forward or right or left. So if you want to go fast, you just press Alt and the same button. And you will see that I'm going to be moving. The E is going down and the Q is going up. So the crater is super nice, but this is what I was saying. Like if you want to do it manually and you want to spend the time to do it yourself, you can do, but the library is crazy. Like look at the quality of this. And yeah, and then you can even apply a material to this asset. So imagine if you want to create this crater, we will do something like kind of these colors, or even a beach, or the snow, like depending of course the context that you want to generate. At Big, we most of the time have crazy context, but we need to place it in a real plot. So we don't really use this tool. Even if I love this tool, I cannot use it all the time because we have real thing going on. So for that, wait, that I'm going to show you how it works with the color. I press one of these material templates to apply, and we will see how it turns. Just by pressing, it will understand. The only thing is that you press one and it will apply in all your terrain assets already done here. So you will see all this that I was saying before. If you want to disappear, just press L, and we will see everything applies to the same, but let's keep it in the grassland. We wait, and yeah, as I was saying, this is like to do a context. Sometimes you have projects that are in the middle of nowhere, or you are doing competitions and you are not that much willing to have the exactly correct place. So it helps for you to do whatever you want to create. So to move faster, this is important. You probably, when you open the program, you will see that you are in walk mode. Just go to fly mode so you can move smoothly. And if you go faster, you just increase the speed of your keyboard. And this will help you if you have like a big file. Otherwise, if you want to go slow, you just press. But normally what I work is in 30 and I'm good. You can also like change the height that you are if you don't like to be that much flying and you want to be more like walk version. But the walk, it will only allow you to move in the terrain. If you go fly, you can be moving a little bit more free. Yeah. So continuing about what I was saying about the context, this is just to do it for any context that you want to generate. But if you want to generate a real location, we will have to go to Cesium. Cesium, it's kind of working with the OSM, that is the Google 3D tiles. It will go exactly to the place that you want. I don't know, Oli, where you want to go. We can go to any city. Just tell me one.
Ooh, any city.
Yeah, any city in the world.
I mean, New York's quite good, or London. I mean, yeah, ATN is the home of London.
Okay, let's go to London.
I don't know, it might be a crazy model.
Yeah, but you will see that just pressing Google Realistic 3D Tiles, we will add it and it will create it automatically in our file. We will just need to turn off this, and as you see, it's generating itself.
Wow.
Let's go a little bit up, and it's crazy how a speed this could be, because for all here people working at this, I know I've been there. I'm trying to get like the context as much accurate I could. Back then I was using City Engine, I was using City Mapper, all the city generators, but you can always see that you can only download just a portion, and here you will have the whole city. Let's put a little bit more speed because this can go like as fast as it goes. Like we can go continue and it will generate the city. Like I can go from London to Manchester if I would like to. I just need to like continue going.
That's
And
amazing.
yeah, I think this is one of the latest incorporation that DeFi did, because we are collaborating with them at Big, and we asked them to add it in the program, and they incorporated it because also maybe my people know that you can do this from Blender, but it's quite tricky. Um, but no worries, I explain everything how to set this cesium update in the masterclass. So you will see it in the masterclass, but it's just to show how crazy it is. Like for creating aerials, we can do like anything. The only thing that you need to be aware is that here we have the maximum screen space error. That means that it will take more from your computer if you go less. So if I press 10, for example, it's going to make more detail and more detail, trying to get more detail in the facades and everything. And don't worry about this. This is exactly how it looks in Google. That's why the trees, it looks a little volumetric. We don't see through. But for that, we have some solutions playing with the AI inside the program. So don't worry about those. It will also be explained better in the masterclass, so I encourage you to go through that as well. And this is if you would like to place it in a realistic plot. So also having all the facade and all the heights and everything. This is literally exactly the same as it is with Google. And then we have the range limit, that this is to crop if you don't want, like if your computer doesn't resist the whole generation, you can crop it as the size you want. Yeah. So this was just to show, because I'm not going to be placing Treehouse Hotel in London today, but feel free to do it in your video. I'm going to be continuing with the context generator. As this project is in the middle of the woods, we are going to try to generate the woods inside here. And yeah, let's continue by maybe placing some cameras and talking about that a little bit more, because we start talking about the cameras that we have in Rhino, just because in Big we work with a lot of softwares at the same time, so it's not only the cameras that we are going to export from D5, the ones that are going to count. We are going to also need the same cameras to do the generation diagrams, like maybe some sections and some explaining, like illustration explaining the project in Illustrator. So if we want to create cameras, let's go less speed, because this, it will be something that you want to be precise. Something that I like to do personally is to do the grid, because allowed us to see the thirds. Also, we always try to do compositions in the images, so try to be worry about that. Okay, so we are going to be saving cameras here with low speed, as easy as pressing create a new scene. Where it does this, it does like the whole list that you want. The only thing that you really need to be aware is that we have here an update of the scene. This, it will be your best friend. You will see why, because we can apply any environment. Let's place something fast. Don't worry, don't see this. It's just to show what it does, the bottom. So we apply any atmosphere, environment, light to this file. We are going to update it, and the camera, it will save like the whole scene that you want to generate. And this is crazy, because for us, we like to do like in different cameras, different moods. So if I save another camera and I go back to this light, like the custom light, and I save it, you will see that it goes again with all the presets that we saved from the previous camera. The only thing that you like really need to take care is to press this button, because if you don't press this button and you adjust everything, there is no way to go back, you will lose it. But we are here to try to make you sure that you don't do that and explore all the camera generations. So yeah, so we have here the option with that, but let's go back because we are going to talk about lighting afterwards. Let's save it as it is and we press update. So continuing with the camera generation, we are going to see that here you have the auto mode, like just to to make the whole composition goes and automatically turn down by the program. It's like an exposure compensation. Then you will see that we have the openness of the camera and the lens. Normally what I work, if you want to do eye levels, I recommend you to go in 28, but if you would like to make some close-ups, 35 is good. And for some crazy perspectives, depends of the image that you want to generate, I don't recommend you to go less than 15, because then that 15 like the perspective goes a little bit crazy. So let's try to get something more realistic. I will go to 28. Then if we continue, we can do the depth field. That this works good if you want to like highlight something in the foreground and then like go blurry in the background. But as I don't have any asset, we cannot really see it right now, but don't worry, then when we start creating the whole scene, we are going to go back and update our cameras. Now it's just for you to understand how does it work, the cameras inside D5. And as you see, we have the perspective mode, that is the one that we are now. The 2-point spot perspective, that this is what we usually use to have the camera tilted, not tilting, so we have the whole thing in the right position. And then if you would like to do some axos, the program also incorporate now some parallel views. You can be also doing some elevations if you want to go from left to like same as you have in Rhino, but we are not going to use it right now. I'm going to be like just doing some cameras just for you to know, but probably then when we are going to start doing the assets, we are going to change just a bit, just tweaking a little bit. So let's save all the cameras that we want. Some camera that always works well, I know. Just trust me, I've been doing these cameras since a while. This one that you see that the bridge is coming from outside, and then try to always match it with the grid. The grid will always help you to center your file. Okay, so I don't know if we have any doubts or anything about cameras. Oli?
Any questions, guys, about cameras? I haven't seen too many. Oh yeah, so I will move, Camila, I'm gonna have to move your face around because
Okay.
your
I'm bothering
face
in
is
the...
over some of the settings.
I think you
Sorry,
can put
guys.
the...
I'll split between this, which is like full screen without Camila, and this with it. So, yeah, sorry, guys.
Maybe you can add me in the left, because in the left here in
Yeah,
this
I can't.
corner,
Unfortunately, I
you
can't
can move.
control where you are. I don't think. Yeah.
Otherwise, you can remove me maybe, but I don't know.
I'll just only when you're talking about it, I'll remove you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to be showing now in this corner, right corner. Don't worry. When I'm going to go, I will tell you. You can delete me from the screen.
Someone's
No worries.
saying, do you need to have a cesium account for the cesium function to work?
Yes. I'm going to be like, because for using the cesium, you really need to do some token stuff. It's not that straightforward. That's why I was saying that if you want to use the cesium, you will need to like jump and look at the masterclass that we did already, and Oli, I think, is going to launch it after this a live version.
Yeah, you guys will be able to access it all. Someone else, I mean, actually, there was some questions whilst you were doing the cesium thing. You don't need to show it maybe, but I mean, you showed how you could clip it down, but if your
Yeah.
site was there, can you create a hole where the site is?
Yeah, that is something that we are going to see. That you see that here we can create a D5, a plane, a section plane, and a cube plane. So what it's going to do, this cube plane, it's going to be applied. Now it's too small, that's why we don't see it. It's like, but if you increase it, you will see that you can crop as a cube. And then you can apply your file, you know, like with your context. As I was saying, now I don't have the context from Treehouse because I wanted to create it manually. But if you will have your context, you just place it exactly where it's supposed to be, and you can like crop it with this, or the other section is this one.
Yeah, nice. Okay, that's a good one. Someone did also ask back when you were doing the landscapes, right? Is like, can you mix them so you have like a green landscape and then like a rock landscape or something else?
Yeah, it depends. Like if you want to use the ones that are here, that are templates that the program has, this will apply to the whole thing. But if you want to do it, then manually you can paint specifically where you want, because we can always go here into paint and you can add the materials, that the materials are going to be exactly the materials from your library. So you could do it manually, but you cannot do it with the template. Like the preset, it's like something that you will apply in the whole thing.
And someone's just asked, are all the cities available? No, that was not it. Should you export into D5 layer by layer or the whole thing? But I think you already kind of showed that, right, to do the whole thing?
Yeah, like this is something interesting because for doing animations later, you might need to export things separately, but something, just the things that you want to animate. But now, as we are doing just images, we are going to do like the whole thing. You just save the file as you have, Rhino file, and if you import it, the program will understand everything that is even turned off in the layers in Rhino. Like it will like jump as a workstation in Rhino and show everything. But if you want to work with this live sync, you can turn off and turn on, and the program will understand because you are sync.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's something that you really need to test, because yeah, that is what I can say about the sync, the live sync. It just always works like that. Whatever you have in Rhino, you live sync and it will appear in the program.
All right. I think we'll continue. I'll jump in with any other big questions, but I'll let you
Amazing.
crack on.
Amazing. So let's continue, or moving a little bit forward. As I was saying before, here we have the bottom of the assets. We just saw what is the terrain assets. But what I wanted to show now is the models, like 3D models library. The online, that is the one that we are going to be talking now, because the local is the one that you are going to have from the previous files that you did, something that you can save locally after applying. For example, if I would like to save this file, I will see that you have a lot of buttons, and I will explain now what it does each of it. And here we have the button of add to local. So anything that you add as an import in D5, we are going to be able to add it to local, and then it will appear directly in your local library. I'm not really sure if I can show my local library. I probably have some stuff that are confidential, so I will not go to my local, but we can go to the online one that is complete enough. As you see, we have 14,000 assets that goes in all the categories. I think one of the most interesting things for me, it's the nature. Actually the first team noticed D5, it was the landscape team, because not only has super like high quality trees and plants and everything, also allows you to see the scientific name of it. So for a landscape team, it's crazy because they always make the landscape chapter and they will have like all the species that they want to add, but in normal programs they have like just random names as trees, normal, no? And here we have the scientific name that it will allow us not to only apply the correct one, but also if you go here, you can then later export the list of your assets. So that about nature. Remember that you can always place the real nature that you want in all the sizes. We have from grouped vegetation if you don't really have the creativity or you don't want to spend time trying to find the right species. The only thing that you will see is that you can heart and make it in your favorites. So maybe I will leave a little second so you can screenshot the ones that I use the most. That don't worry, I already go through all this list of almost 5,000 assets of vegetation, and these are the ones that looks quite nice. So
these are your top trees.
yeah, that's my top list. So I have 100.
I'll do a post, Camila's top 100 trees.
No, actually in the office are always like trying to match them, so that's why I'm saying it is quite nice to have, because as you see you have like a lot of it goes to 10, so sometimes it gets a little bit annoying. Like it's a pleasure to have so many trees, but sometimes you just want to place ones that looks the best, because we have, as you see from the list, the free list, I put it in the sort by the free first. So for the people that are not using license or they couldn't manage to get the trial and you're using community, you can see first all the assets that are for free. And then you will see that we start having the pro version. Wait, if I put here, you will see that when it says pro, it means that the asset it's only in the pro license. But don't worry, you have a bunch of it. Another interesting thing is that if you see this motion little diagram here, it means that the tree moves by the wind. So it will be affected by the wind. That helps us to make animation. So if you want to later create animation, you just need to see that all the vegetation or all the assets that you add, it has this little button of motion. Because, for example, this one doesn't have, so it will be static. And it's something that we don't want by doing animation. Continuing a little bit forward, we have here the low resolution, also interesting for people that don't have strong computers. And then the characters. The characters are really important. As you see also by categories, you have everything that you need, almost 2,500. But also this one has a little animation inside. So if we press any of these assets, it will come already with, I think, 5 seconds animation. That this, it will allow you to later create animation. That's why this program for us is a must when you do animation in real time, because imagine that I create a path of this guy walking, but it will help us to do anything, like depending of the animation of my screen. Just okay. So we have like doing anything. Then also not only people, we have animals that are also in motion, having a little seconds of animation that we can place. Then the same with any vehicle, we have like super high quality ones. Going a little bit forward, this is for people that don't want to create any brush or any asset in the back, you just put this plane. Actually, this I was using it before, like doing it myself, cropping in Photoshop and doing the black and white background just to get this. So I'm quite happy that a program has this option of just applying a plane and you don't take care of the background. Imagine if I apply this here, we will not need to do it manually. So that is also a good one. This one is one of my favorites. I think it's very interesting to see it, but applying it. What is an interior parallax is a 3D, it's a 360 plane that you can move and it will create an illusion for you to see inside. So don't worry, I'm going to show it. So for people that don't want to animate any interior, forget about animating interiors that you want to create, for example, in a tower that you want to create interior lighting, like to have something and make the building feel like alive. We are going to just use this. And as you see, I can move like down or like move it in any position, and is a 360 plane that it will help us in our visuals to create any animation in the interiors. So we have commercial, if you want to create just a whole like line of commercial, anything like window of supermarkets, and then you have the residential. I think the residential is the one I use the most, but the commercial is also something very useful. And then you have the assets with the complete library from furniture, lamps, accessories, or anything that you want to create. As you see, we have like quite nice brands of furniture. What I always say is like, of course, we are all architects and designers, so we are going to, in the end, place and create the scene of an interior that you want to do. But the program facilitates you to do from the cool brands in the market, like Ketal or Beau Concept. So you will see that you have a lot of options, but this is not the most interesting thing about using the furniture here, because what it has D5, it's not only the biggest library I saw in a software. Also, we can adjust all the assets, and that is something that people like me struggle a lot before, because when you try to create an interior scene and it doesn't match the colors, but you want to use any furniture that you see, you will see that it comes with like these default colors, and if you press here, we are going to get the material picker. Also, we have the eye in the keyboard if you want to use, and it will go directly to like the customized kind of material of the object that you just select. And as you see, everything that is turned in black is the selection that I'm doing, so I'm going to be just doing the color that I want in anything that I would like to change in the asset. And this, it doesn't work only for furniture, it works for the whole library. So this, I think, is crazy, because what I was saying before. Let's continue seeing what else we have. Then we have a lot of outdoor, like if you want to create even buildings, you have in real quality, real high quality. If you don't want to like generate with cesium, or you don't have cesium, because also cesium is for the team version, you don't have in pro version on the community. Cesium is like the most recent one in the updates. And you see also that every time that I press an asset, it will download, because the asset and everything is working in a cloud. So you will need to just touch it and wait a second that it will download, and then you will always have it download. It's not like you close the file and then you will go back and you will have to download it again. So all the assets that you once download, you will have it there, and you will be able to place it. So you see, everything is super nice quality. So this is nice if you want to create just a background of a whole city and placing it to it. Imagine that you have a whole boxes. You can even replace those by these buildings. That is something that I also use when I was trying to do like a context without having Cesium. I was just replacing. We can replace it from a local folder. This means a local folder from your computer or from the library, online library from D5. Then if you continue seeing what you can do with the assets, we can duplicate it from this button. As you see, we have all the shortcuts here. You can flip it, you can go back, you can focus on, and it goes directly to the model, or we can synchronize coordinates. This is really important when you are importing things from Rhino and you want to do everything aligned in the perfect place, because otherwise, as you saw, you just touch like an asset and you just place it wherever you want, but of course doing it manually, it will never go in the correct place. So what we are going to do is always remember to synchronize. Here I will not synchronize because I just grab it from the online library, so it doesn't have a real origin. So I think this also responds the question that they did us in the live about the synchronizer coordinates. And then the thing I was explaining before, with the add to local, we are going to imagine if you already adjust all the colors and everything and you want to add it in local, because probably you are going to use it again, but not as they have it in the online version. You just save it in your local and you will be able to use it. And then the rest, I think they are not something that I really use. Like, I don't export really because I'm just using it in D5. And then this is also like, this is to your local, because when you create your login, you are going to create it like your personal account. But then you have also a library of the team that you can add it for the team to use. That are all the people that are going to be involved in the file. And then you can be seeing that we have always a make unique. If you want to, because, wait, to explain the make unique, I'm going to just duplicate this, pressing Alt and moving. And if we want to make unique, we are going to adjust this and it will always like change together, you see? They are selecting together, but this one now is unique. This is also useful when you are trying to adjust and make something look more natural and realistic. And then random notation, and this one is for when you place a lot of bunch of trees and you just want them to be randomly rotated. And random location is also to make it more realistic. So let's continue. We have a lot of outdoor prompts from streets, outdoor furniture, and let's jump into the decals. This is something funny because they normally have this, we all have, I think, long time ago in Photoshop. It's something that you add to the scene to make it look realistic. So let's see, I think for this project it will be, we are going to add it here, but we don't really see. They are like a plane of different like situations for sure. So if we add this, we are going to have a plane that looks like lips, but they are not a 3D model. So we also do like low poly. This is a typical wall dirty that we use to put in Photoshop. And as you see, are just decals that create the scene more realistic, but they are helpful for sure. And then we have the basic model, that this is something that might be useful to explain the next thing that we are going to jump in, that is materials. So I'm going to place a box, so if you want, you can also place a box. So we go and we jump into materials, and if we continue, we have the stylize, that is all like low poly, the same assets, of course, reduce. But if you would like to create maybe a physical fake model, like we sometimes we do, is to create images that looks like a physical model, but render. So also you have this option here in display that you can go in white mode if you have also like low computers. So maybe it's easier for you to work with the white mode or the smooth. The smooth is going to also reduce the power, but I don't like to work in smooth because then you don't see how it looks things for real. So as I have a good one here, I'm going to continue with the precise. But yeah, you can see the different, how the light affect differently, because it's trying to keep power from the computer. And then like just to finish this part of modes that we don't usually use, but just to show what you can do, you have the wireframe mode that anyone that use any 3D program knows for what it is, to see inside and see the whole edges. The white and dynamic is if you don't want like things to be moving, just press here into dynamic. And then to finish our model assets, we are going to see that we have here like scan, it's called, but actually what it does, it's like super high quality assets, but I don't really use them, but depends what you want to do. Mostly are from China, the program is from Asia, so now you understand why. And yeah, and you have a lot of things to jump and explore and use. So now we are going to move this box, because first, before jumping into materials, we are going to see how we apply all these assets that we just saw. So going back to the nature, because we are going to create this forest, as I was saying before, what you can do in the program is always touch and apply any of these assets directly, like just by pressing and placing it like this. For example, I know that here what it does, we have two trees in here, like supporting the file, the model in reality. Like that is the structure of this project. So we have two trees supporting the tree house. Otherwise, it will never be a tree house. And yeah, and then we have here one in the center to align both. So as you see, we have these ones. If you press Ctrl, you can select both at the same time. Please, when you start adding things, try to keep your file clean. I always, if you press right click, like select all and right click, you will see that you can group it, and that is what I always try to do, like group it for what it is. So the main file you will not be able to group, just the ones that are directly from Rhino, from D5, but the rest we can always group it. This I'm going to leave it here. So you have like an organized file, because every time that you add stuff, it will continue growing and growing, and then it will be more difficult to navigate. But what I always say, that don't worry if you don't have things really organized, because you like to keep working and don't spend a little bit time like aligning things. What you can do is always to touch any asset that we add, like that. You do double click in the file, and if you do double click, you will see that you go directly of which is the asset needed. And then you will have all the adjustments here in the right from this particular that we just select. So that is the first way to to apply any of these assets. And then The other way that we would like to share is the way that I use the most, because I am an artist, so I like to paint, I like to brush all the things as I want for the cameras. So you will see that you have here an option of a brush and allows you to add as much as you want. No, we can go, I think, maximum 6. So let's, maybe not this one. I'm going to try to select the ones that they will look realistic for our plot. So not this one, maybe this. So you will see that you can select 6 till 6 assets, and then you will have the eraser. And here I don't know if anyone is familiar with Forest Pack, but Forest Pack, it works with like scatters, so we are trying to do something like that, what we do in the 3ds Max scatters tools. So we have this because we have, wait, I'm going to place it in the other screen. You're not going to see it, so maybe I'm going to just place it here for you to see. We will have a radius that is going to be how we apply those materials, and we can tweak how it's going to be the density, the size, and the random size, that it will create you an easy way to create something natural. As you see, these are pretty small comparing with the ones I had previously. So we are going to press the eraser, we are going to erase, and we are going to continue adjusting our size because it was too small. The randomized size, I recommend you always to have it bigger than the size so the program understands better. And if you just press it, it will apply some, but if you continue pressing and moving, you will go as in the iPad, you know, when you draw with the pencil, that it touch like how much is the strength that you are putting. It's pretty sensitive, so try to be knowledge about that. And yeah, and look how easy we can create something realistic and varied using the, look, they are flying because we can apply assets from assets. Every time that you have any mistake, you can increase this with the radius. But something interesting that I would like to share is that if you increase this to top, we can remove everything we just did. That is, if you don't like the vegetation or any landscape option that you were doing, you just erase everything. Otherwise, if you don't like to erase everything, we will just go with smaller and erase one by one. So let's leave some because I like how it looks. It's not bad. Maybe I will reduce this. Yeah, let's keep like that. Maybe seeing with the cameras, because also helps to be doing it with the cameras that you have. Maybe I will reduce the density here so I can control more, because otherwise you see that if I have the radius kind of close, they will combine everything kind of close, so we don't like that. Oof, they are too big. We are going to adjust those. So yes, this is the first way to apply those assets. And we are going to see also how we apply it by a path. So you will go here to path. We can do different paths of these assets that we just saw. We can apply by nature, by character, if you want to create, I don't know, any mall or any parade of people moving and walking there. Also with vehicles in the roads, something easy. We are going to show all, but maybe let's start with the nature. I'm going to draw the line as I want. Let's leave it like that. We can do it as different types. Also, if you want to have something smoother, because this, as you see, has very sharp edge. And And then you will enter in a vegetation path that is a different way to apply assets. So I will do two, one as a spline, as I did now, and then for what I use is not for that, because I will prefer to use the brush if I want to do something like a spline. So I would like to create exactly a road. Maybe I will just add here some of the trees for you to see how it works. So we are going to add here, you can add as much as you want, that we don't have a limit. It's not like with the brush that we have till 6. That is also something to take in account, because maybe you want to create like more randomness, and then depends of the size of you go here in density, it goes crazy or not. But this is exactly the amount of the times that it's going to appear. So if I want to place just 15 trees, you just press 15, then you can like change the rotation and make random rotation to make it look better. I always do the random thing on. And then this is to make the offset of the line, the main line. I don't go crazy here, because what I was saying before, what the use that I give to this path is to create in a row, like in exactly road, sometimes for like roads. So yeah, I will not go crazy with the offset. Let's leave it in 1. And the random spacing sometimes looks nice, because you start seeing that it's more fluid, the rhythm. And then the scale, if you don't like and you feel like it's too small, we can scale them, or you can randomize scale. That also gives this little thing to make it look more realistic. So this is one option, and then the one I was saying before, we do just a straight line, and we do the same, just place some trees, and you will see now with this how it works. If you want to do a background with the whole trees, it will look nicer doing just the line. Of course, now it's too fake because I didn't tweak this whole thing, but as we just saw it, I think it's fine. And yeah, and these are the 2 options to apply assets. Let's go for the third, because they are all different. Of course, you can choose depending of your needs. I'm just showing like what you could do. And then let's place in the here in models, I'm going to place just a plane in basic models, as I did before with the box that we are going to use for the materials. We are going to place a plane now, maybe here, just to show you the third apply of assets. Maybe here to not bother us. Okay, so if we go here, we will see that we have the scatter tool that you can create by material or by model. What does it mean? This is that here in Rhino, for example, we have a lot of materials, so we can like choose exactly what is the material that you want to apply this scatter, or by model it will select the whole thing. So I'm not going to like apply vegetation inside the model, because I think it looks already nice as it is, and also in reality we don't have, so we are going to use it in this plane. Why I'm using it in this plane is because in the terrain that is for default in the program, you cannot apply this. It's not because the program doesn't want you to use it, it's because this is an infinite plane. So it will crash your computer. We don't want that, so we are going to place it in a small portion that is this plane that I just create. And yeah, you see the whole thing is touching in light blue. This means that the scatter is applied well. And we can see how we can apply these scatters. We can do like presets, we can do from the studio, or we can add the assets randomly. not randomly, but choosing it from the library. Unless you don't know which ones, you can do randomly. So we are going to use the presets because I love them. I think they all look quite nice. As you see, we have also a lot. We have like almost 80, and they go from all type of different landscapes. I'm always using these ones to create some forest, for example, or any, like it already looks nice, any flower combo. But I will show you. I'm going to just place it in the other screen, but you just choose it and you will see that it loads in the scatter. And what it does, maybe I will just reduce the sun, yeah, just to see better. Okay, so it's super fast and easy way to create some like realistic context. And yeah, this one is the one that looks more like the terrain that we have now. But as I was saying before, if you have like any landscape option that you want to create with different colors on different things, you can apply. Now it's loading, just a second. And yeah, you will have different patch in Rhino, maybe different materials, and then you can create different scatters, because as you see, it now creates a layer that is called scatters, but I can create as much as I want. So it's just a matter of applying the scatter, and I will appear a second one. Now it's loading, and now when it loads, I'm going to turn off the other one, otherwise they are going to be both in the same plane. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's leave this just to explain. As we see, we have this plane that we see it, so we are going to just place a material fast, just to not see that that white plane here. Okay. So, seeing this, we are going to go to the scatter, and you will see that the program automatically creates like different areas inside the scatter, and then you will have all the assets apply into that areas. Sorry, the program, as I was saying, is Asian, so those presets are going to be always, even if your program is in English, you can set up in English, French, and Spanish now, I think, or Japanese. But yeah, those are going to be the assets in different areas, and then you will see that they are in different numbers, and you will say why, because you can like change the probability of that species, like that particular species, to appear in this scatter. So if I do like 10, it will appear less times this one, or if you want to put 200, it will appear more. But let's leave it as it was, because it was looking already nice. What I want to show is that also if you touch this particular species, you can change the scale and the probability of occurring weight that is also outside but is inside. And this I never change. I think it's fine to leave it like it is. But yeah, if I change it, then it will appear bigger, and you can do tweaking that, do that with all the animation. So what else? Then if you don't like, because it looks too dense, you can change the density, going lower or going higher. Here we don't see that much because they are very low, so it will apply a lot in the same plane. But when you have trees or something that goes higher, you will see like all the assets better, and then you can also like increase the cluster. This is like the areas that I was saying. Here is called like clusters, and then the cluster noise and the cluster blur. But that is not that much changing. What is really changing is the preset, because here we can see that we have different appliance mask. This is like a mask of your library that you can apply, and you will see that the program, it will understand automatically and create this rhythm in the scatter, as you see in any of these black and white. What it will do is it's going to generate more density in the white, and the black it will turn off, like kind of the currency of these assets. But if you are not happy with these ones because you don't like any, we can go to the custom, and in the custom you can draw whatever you want or whatever you need with the landscape theme, and you can apply this black and white image or map or how you want to call it here, and you will understand and make it fit. So yeah, so I think those are super nice, but let's keep the one that I use first. That is the most accurate for the context. Or maybe we can apply also then the trees. I don't know if everyone is using it. Now you can test and play. You can see that we cannot move the scatter, so try to be conscious that if you want to move the scatter, you will have this button that you will have to place, and it will regenerate and it will move with your surface. This is nice because, as I was saying before, I work with a lot of different Rhino files, and sometimes landscape change, but I already place my scatters, so I just regenerate and it will go directly to the layer that is assigned in Rhino. Yeah, so let's move it again, plane, and I don't know, Oli, if you have any question over there in the meantime.
Yeah, I think this would be a good time for a break if you're
Yeah,
if
it
you're
could
up
be
for it,
nice.
because we're about
So I
halfway.
stopped talking second.
I know everyone was loving it. They can really hear the passion. Um,
Yeah.
it's really powerful. Like I was
You see?
tinkering with it myself,
Yeah.
but it's really impressive D5. And like, this is why we work with only specific sponsors. It's like we care about people who are making amazing stuff, and this is really incredible.
Yeah. I think it resolves a lot of questions that it was there in the market, that it make it easier somehow. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Okay, should we do a 10-minute break, guys? I know a few people requested it. Um, and come back in 10 minutes, and we'll take it off from there. Does that sound good?
Sounds
All
like a
right, and
plan.
then I'll have a look over the questions, and we'll do a few questions before we start again. All
Perfect.
right, guys. So it's 10 past 5 here in the UK. So in 10 minutes, be back. So 20 past wherever you are. All right. See you in a minute.
Amazing.
right, guys. Let's bring Camila back. She's working in the background there. She's already.
Oops.
Oh,
I was just trying to place more things in the scene so we don't spend more time on it, but still we have
yeah,
something beautiful. I'm
it's re
just
it's really
I,
impressive, the whole scattering stuff. I think there was one question I was about to ask you, which was you can obviously apply the scatter to the whole surface, which I think you've
yes, we
done
can
some.
apply to the whole surface. The only thing that you cannot apply because it's illimited, it's the terrain.
Mm,
As I showed before, I can continue going and going, and it will always extend the terrain, so
right.
it will crash your computer. So that's why I apply
That's
a
what I was.
plane, but
That's
you
what I was
can
going to
apply
say.
it
Is
bigger.
it just infinite scatter?
Exactly. Exactly. No,
Um,
it will break your computer, so we don't want that. I was just applying some of the things that we just saw, and as you see, if you want to adjust any brush, you just need to select the brush, and it will go directly where it's applied. The difference with the assets, the normal assets, if you do double click, you will find it here, but if you go to where is the surface apply the brush, you can find your brushes. Because sometimes I have a lot of questions of people like, I don't find my brushes, where are they like apply? And you just select the layer, or if I place it in the real model, we are going to find it just by touching the layer. So I have here, I was just correcting some scenes to make it look more something that we would like to have. Um, and yeah, and then I think we saw all the ways to apply these assets. But the only thing that we didn't see that I mentioned when we first start is that the program has a way always to add AI into our all the tools, like our tools. So if we have the assets, here you will see that you have a little button that is called text to 3D. That is like the way that a D5 generates with AI by prompting any asset that you want. So you will see that here I have credits because I didn't use that much, but we have 60. Those are by pay. So if I go to my history, oh, okay, here, you will see that I create already some birds. I think if you have the free version, you will not have this tool, but it's the only AI feature that is not available for the AI for the free version. So if you have the pro version or if you have the community, you will be able to use it. So I just prompt, like as you see, birds flying, and it will appear all different options that you can refine and just download it. And if I download what I just create, I'm going to again place it as the assets that we saw before. You will place it or not. Okay, it was
is that how
downloaded.
do you remember on Wednesday you were showing the that scene with all those like museum pieces in the back? Is that how you made
Exactly.
all of those?
Exactly. When anything you want to create by prompting, you can like tap, I don't know, a dinosaur, and it will create different itinerations that you can choose. And then you will see that the size is not accurate, but we can always go here in the adjustments of the any assets, and we can place the birds. So this is like the way that the program has AI integrated in the assets first. But we are going to be exploring all the AI features for the different tools. Let's play some birds. Okay, so let's continue with another thing really important, that is the materials. So we go here to assets, and we will find that next to the models we have the material library. Again, super big library with almost 2,200 materials that, for people that are familiar with this, are super high quality as the one of Quixel. I think it reminds me a lot to those. So you will have, again, with all the categories from ceramic, concrete, fabric. I will not go deep in through all, just in some in particular, because I would like to show. Here we have our box that we created before. And we will go here and see that we have natural raw materials. And these materials are crazy because it works not only with the bump, but also with the displacement that gives height to the model. So you will see, maybe I will make this box here. If we touch this bottom, it's going to unlink, so we will be able to adjust any model that you want by different coordinates. If you have this linked, it will always, the free direction goes together. But as I want to create something flat, I'm going to just unlink it. Okay, so as you see, this is what I was explaining before. Now the file, the material is too big, so we go to the material picker, we touch the material that you want to adjust. As you see, everything is very easy to apply, easy to touch, easy to get. So it will open here the adjustments, but now the adjustments of the materials. So this is what I was explaining. The height is something added in this program that is crazy. So we can adjust the UVs inside the program, or you can adjust as well the UVs from Rhino. What I usually do is to place the whole model in Rhino into the same UVs. Normally I do box one by one, so it allowed me to have all in the same kind of base UVs, and then I am free to just adjust from the program, so I don't need to be jumping from program to program. So yes, as you see, this already looks super realistic, and you can be adjusting everything from the specular roughness. I always say this to people. I'm going to share something that I really need you to see, or maybe because at the time to make materials, the most important thing, it will always go up. You really need to know what is each thing that you are doing, otherwise you will not be able to do a material. Now I'm just showing from the asset library how to apply the materials that are already done, but at Big we normally do our own materials because we always want something in particular that is not existing most of the times, or we want to tweak it, or we want to adjust it in any way. So you really need to study what is each thing and understand what it does to the material. So we have here the base color and the normal base map, that this is the bitmap or albedo, depends on the program that you are used to use. And here we are going to apply our image. So this is going to be looking something like this. The normal is the bump, that it always looks something like this, or in gray tones, depends if you used to use Redes Max or not. This is going to be the bumpiness that the material has. Then the specular is going to be how glossy the material that it is. And then the roughness. The roughness, it is also the reflection. Sometimes people don't know the difference between a specular and roughness is how the light that it was previously in the specular adjusted affects into the surface. So metallic, if you want to be something more metallic or not, it's just a matter of moving these numbers. And the AO is the ambient occlusion, that what it does is increasing the shadows from the material. So after that I'm going to continue with the type of materials that we have in this program. As you see, we can customize our own material. We can do scatters. Like this is something that I don't really use because they are super high quality, but at another level, like kind of not controlled by the computer, so try to not go there. And then we have the transparent that are ones to do any translucent materials such as glass. Then we have the water. Then I'm going to show now with the assets that are already created, just to apply some. Then the flowing water, because we have the water that is static, and then we can do some cascading features like waterfall or something. Then we have the car paint, that this is the thing of tweaking the metallic that I was showing before. This is some clothes that looks kind of realistic, but this is all to make your own material, because as I was saying before, we can select the ones from the asset library, or you can create your own. You can always personalize anything that you would like to. Then you have the custom alpha. That custom alpha is kind of the same that we just saw in the scatter, with the black and white, playing with the black, saying no, we don't want to have it as reflection, and then the white being the one that we want to show. And then this is interesting, we can apply videos into any surface. So if you select here, you just apply any file of MP4 that you have, and you will be able to play with the intensity, the color, as it is a projection there in any of your renders. This we use it a lot, sometimes to do like any lighting effects in the background. It's kind of nice. And then the foliage is also interesting because we can apply the assets, but I don't really use because I prefer to have more control with the scatters that we just saw. And then the grass that I'm going to show you better from the library of the assets. So continuing what we have here, we are going to see that we have some water already done for you to use. We are going to place it and show you what you can do with this asset. As you see, it doesn't look very realistic, but if we move this cube to the hole that we did here previously, you will start to see, maybe we do something huge, just for the matter of this. Maybe bigger. Okay, let's leave it like that. And yeah, so then we go to the material picker again, and we will be able to adjust it. So you see that in water, what we can do is to increase the depth. This and this, if you don't like to be moving, we can just stop. We can always increase the size so it looks more realistic and it's smaller, like the bitmap. And we can change, as I was saying, the color. And as you see, we can do the color that we want. If you want less bump, we can reduce it. Also the shine, the glossiness, and the refraction. But let's leave it like this. I think maybe a little bit more greenish to be more like a lake. And then the acoustics, if you want to generate better quality in the reflections. Otherwise, you just leave it as it is. It will consume more of your computer. And then here, as I was saying before, you have all your UVs to adjust. Remember that you have this to unlink and link if you want to generate different X and Y. And you can always rotate the map or offset, but the offset with the water you will not be like that much change. And then what else? What we have here, super interesting. Yeah, in others. So imagine that we want to create a material from scratch. Let's do the test. Apply to another box. Let's apply what we saw. Duplicate this, making small. What is now? Because it's water. We are not going to see. So we go to custom materials, we apply this custom material in this plane, and what I did is both are connected. Remember that we have to make it unique to be able to have separately presets in each. So we go here, we reduce the size, maybe a little bit bigger. Okay, let's continue with the box. So we'll do a box and I will do a plane. So what we have here, we are going to do a custom materials, but before doing that I want just to show you the glass. The grass is also super interesting because before I used to take a lot of time to create a realistic grass using the floor option of 3ds Max or any other program that you use, but this one, it creates like, oh wait, I'm too fast. It creates super realistic grass in a second, just as a material. If you go to material picker, you will see that the grass, you have different type of grass that you can change. That is also interesting to be just doing different, depends of the context on the site that you want. But yeah, you can change the height, the density. So as you see, all the different materials, you will have different adjustments depending of the things that material has inside the components. Okay, so let's continue to the custom materials. Let's save this. We are going to have this as AI features. Okay, so material picker, we go inside, and as we put like to create a custom material from here, everything is going to be empty, and we don't want that. Of course, we are going to be seeing what we want to create. So you need just to find an image. I don't know, Oli, if you want to, like we send an image so everyone like do it at the same time, or you prefer me to go?
I think just probably people just pick an image from online or something.
Okay. Maybe.
You mean like upload it as a image?
Yeah, or maybe I just, yeah, let's do this. I have this is the bed sheets of the Treehouse Hotel. So I have the material of the bed sheets that we have inside of the program. So as you see, if you apply any image that you have, it could be an image. Sometimes what we do at Big, the partner goes to the site, he likes any texture that he saw, and he wants us to replicate it. So what we usually do is to get the image as a scratch as it is, like an image super draft, and try to make it look like a real material. And that sometimes is a challenge because, of course, it's not that easy to make materials. That's why we are here. So imagine that you have a bitmap of an image. We are going to maybe reduce the size so it's easier to see. So we have the material, and if you see here, we have also these buttons that we saw previously for the assets, but now apply into the materials. So for what it is, it's to make like an upscaler of the texture, but into this image that we just upload. So we are going to make it because this texture, it doesn't have good quality. I did it in purpose. So we see the difference. So it's going to ask me if I want to apply. We generate, and you will increase the pixels of this. The difference, I don't know if it's visible with the streaming and everything, but I can see. You can test in your own computers. You will see that it changed quite a lot. And another thing that I would like to show, it's this make seamless. That also is something that we all struggle at the time of doing this. That is these lines when the bitmap is finished, because as we know how it works, the materials is to be like tiling all the bitmap that you just apply. So for this, we just make seamless, and it will blur the edges. So you can create something really like quite nice, like finish by applying it, and you will like disappear those lines. Maybe I will show because I have this. Oh, I don't know why every time I put a presentation I have to swap it. But it disappears the lines, creating like a realistic material. And then what we just saw with the HD high quality upscaler into the material. This is like two super useful features from AI that they also have. But continuing in the meantime that this process, you will see that the material, if you don't have the rest of the maps, we can use the AI bottom. This is finished. You see that now it's like blurry. Of course, with this it's kind of tricky because we have the exactly lines, so you will notice. But by doing it and just making it a little bit bigger, we will lose it, like those lines that we don't want to see. So if we continue, this is like the first features that we have from AI into the materials. But as I was showing now, we have the AI button, that this is here. And if you press it, you will see that the program will understand the bitmap that you just apply, and it will create all the rest of the maps for you. This is like lifetime saving. So I really use it all the time, every time that I need to create material. And of course, you can then adjust it as you prefer. But you will see that we already have some texture and some like normals in our texture that is looking promising. So what else we can see in materials? We can see that we can do emissive materials. Maybe we can do an emissive material but inside the house, because here there is too much light and we don't see nothing. Let's make it smaller. Okay. Here, don't worry, everything is without materials, but now that you know how to apply materials and do materials, you can do it yourself. I'm going to be showing the same how we do from the library. So now, as everything is kind of rough, I cannot really see, but let's test it the same. So we apply, where is, here, sorry. And we increase the intensity, and we can move it inside and have this light effect from the box. And you see that the lights are very strong and powerful, so they will appear everywhere. Okay, this is from the emissive materials, but we don't want, so let's create the caustic on. And this I don't really use much because it's randomized, but when you have something like these lines, it goes crazy, so I don't really use the UV randomizer, which is nice, yes, for different type of material. If you want to create like a bath or something more organic, maybe you will turn it on. The tree planner, yes, it helps to blend. So let's see, but you will need to reduce the size of this, maybe a little bit more like this. Could be. And then this is something that I use a lot, so let's explain it better. So every time that you create any surface in any piece, you will see that all the sharp edges are kind of fake, and I are like saying this is a render and it's not an image. So that's why it's considered as an advance, because as you see, all the edges are starting to be rounded as reality. If you see any surface of your surroundings, you will always have a little edge. You will never be sharp 100%. So we can increase that and see, I don't know if you all see the difference. Maybe I will apply it here. Wait a second. Metals. Iron here. So we go to here, we change the color. Remember that we can change everything in the color that we want. And if you go inside this material, let's do it rounded. You see the difference? Now it looks realistic, now it doesn't. And if you don't want to be that sharp, you can always increase and do it more rounded. Yeah. Okay. Everyone is alive.
Yeah, I think so.
We have questions?
No, it's a mixture of just random questions. People asking, can you share the presentation? Guys, we typically don't share the presentations. It's just a tricky one to share. But you can screenshot the videos. That's sort of the point of them.
Yeah, no worries that everything is going to be explained even further in the masterclass. So if you want to like see it again or maybe screenshot as Oli was saying, we can always do.
Yeah, that's right. So don't forget the pre-recorded stuff will also cover this in a bit more detail. So you've got the best of both worlds, live and pre-recorded. I think there's the AI material feature is a big hit. Like just it does all the maps and bump maps and everything for you. It's pretty incredible. I'm just looking back to when I was doing like back in 3ds Max days and V-Ray, and you're photoshopping all this stuff.
Yeah.
God, it's just crazy. Like finding people online that happen to be in the same position, and now you can all just bring in people and stuff.
It's nice.
Really impressive.
So I'm going to just apply some materials to not have the model in white. So if you go to the wood selection, as you see, I have all the boxes in the same layer, so all the boxes are going to turn in the same material. And that's why we share with you the script that I did all the boxes in different materials, that then it will be a little time to adjust all. But you can spend a little bit time doing that. Then we have this, the material is a carbon, wooden, like planks. So, and it's this one, sorry. And the rest is just a glass that we can adjust. What I normally do, it's to go here and make the thickness, because if you don't make the thickness in the glass, then the refraction will go crazy. Now as I have all the layers without materials applied, we see even craziness here, just because everything is without materials apply. But this will take you just a few minutes to do, so you can adjust, but already starting to look realistic. I think we can apply this bedsheet that we just did and put it here. As you see, everything that is in the same layer, it will generate in the same model. So try to be conscious when you are doing your layers. Do the layers by material that you want to apply later, otherwise the program, it will not understand. The program understands everything unless that. Let's apply. I'm just taking like assets from the library and applying, just to have something more realistic looking. Yeah, and then the material of this, I think we are good to continue. Okay, let's delete this box.
It's amazing, super quick. You have like pretty textured model.
Yeah, like of course, then you can spend more time to adjust it as you want. But I think as a base, and more when you just try to make images for a draft presentation or for the client, initial like early ideas, you can go easily like in super high quality image just from some clicks. I think that is something also to highlight here. Okay, so let's now adjust this lighting, because as we saw, we have now the cameras that we like, the assets kind of there, and now what is about the lighting. Lighting, as I was saying, we have like natural lighting that we can adjust from here, or the artificial lighting that we are going to also see in one moment. So let's start about the outdoor lighting, the natural lighting. Let's say natural, but yeah, you know what I mean. So we go here in environment, and we will see that we have the Geo Sky. This is for people that have the True North. I don't know if you really work with the True North. If you don't, you just go with the costume that it has the same presets as the Geo Sky. So let's say that we don't have, and we want to adjust it as we usually do in Rhino. We will have the same kind of features to adjust, moving the altitude, the smooth, and everything. We can tweak the intensity of the sky if you think that is too much. We can, this is the shadows, how the shadows are going to be reflective. Let's see it better here. If I go in 0, the shadows are going to be sharp. That is also something, sharpness is not a friend in this. So we go a little bit up, maybe 5. So we have something more smooth. What else? We continue, we always turn on the caustics, as I was saying before, if you want more realism. Then this we are not going to touch base now, we are going to do it afterwards with an image during the night. And as you see, I move the camera. So if I move the camera, I will never be able to save the presets as I was explaining before. Because what is important here is to save the camera that you want, and from the camera being adjusting these lighting effects. So let's go again, let's find a light that we like. Maybe that one is hitting here in the model, is nice, and is making a little shadow in the back, in the foreground. So let's save it. This one we save 5, more or less. And if you update the scene, you will save these presets. But let's not keep it like that. Let's continue going. So you see that we have the weather. In the weather, we can adjust the clouds. This is something that you just move around. You will see the difference with the sky. But try to find the one that you want. You can even always change the speed or not, depending if you are going to use it for animation or leave it as a static render. Then we have the fog, always help, and more in these scenes of woods. Remember to save every time that you want to keep one of the adjustments that we are testing. The wind is just to turn on if you would like to generate some realism on the trees, but in the images we don't really need. This is one of my favorites in the program. The program has like weather change that you can choose from precipitation to snow. So as you see, it's something also that we use to Photoshop later on to try to generate the rain falling. And it's not only the rain, we can like make it stronger or even less. We can play with the color, but this you see it better when I turn on not only the rain, but we can always go down and have less strength. We can go and turn on the snow. This is something beautiful because in this project actually goes super snowy in winter. Of course, we are in the middle of a forest in Sweden. So then if you see that it's too much color, we can reduce. We can also reduce the strength of this and the size of the snowflakes to make something more realistic. I actually
Very Christmassy.
Yeah, actually, I am the one in charge to send the Christmas
The Christmas card?
Christmas cards to the client. So sometimes what I do is to take the project and create the Christmas card with this. It's something cute to send to clients. They appreciate like a little card with this their project, their own project, just by turning on the snow. And then this one, if we want to create this Milky Way that you usually do in Photoshop, but if I have the precipitation on, it will be hard to see. Yeah, I need to be more during the night, but we are going to change during the night afterwards. So as you see, I saved the same camera with different presets, and we just, in a matter of seconds, go from one to the other one. Okay, so let's go to continue seeing what we can explore here into the environment generation. So we just saw that the difference between the geosky and the costume. We are going to go to the HDR. That is my favorite. I have to say that we have the version of the default that comes with D5. This is more for people that knows that how it works, but if you don't know how it works, basically it is a 360 map in the sky that is going to be affecting the light with the skylight. Like the skylight, it works like a dome. So any image that you add to this 360 dome, it will appear in the colors of the rest of the scene. So as you saw, the program gives you some already curated, let's say, but as we always say, we like to adjust things, so let's do it as we would like to. And as this image, we can tweak the skylight, how it affects, and also the light of the background. You see, I can go darker, and this is like the image that we have from the HDRI. And then if you don't want to be that much affecting the light in the whole context, we just go there. So we go to HDR, we apply this, let's say, or early morning maybe. No, I prefer clear sky. Okay, so then you will see that the sky is rotating till 360 and the sun is moving with that, but that is because we are doing it with this HDRI. So we can, like here, change the temperature, the sky color if you would like to adjust. This we leave it as a sky only. Here we have the sun, because you can have the sky from the HDRI or the sky from the sun, or having both together. So you will have two suns, but it's better for you to have following, so they are both connected and they're both rotating from the same, you see, from the same light. Otherwise it will look a little bit fake, because you will have two suns, and that is something that used to happen when you, for example, in 3ds Max, you apply a dome and also you turn on the sky, like the sky, not the sun, sorry. So we don't want that. So let's say that we like this, we save it. Maybe we turn on also a little bit of the fog. Something is also affecting here, so let's do the color of this. Maybe we just push it down. This is like where you want the fog to start, like if before or after. Maybe just in the background we turn on a little bit. And the volume of the light, if you want to have the fog as a volume of light or not. Sometimes I use it, but most of the times I don't, because it doesn't look realistic to me. And then we have the same presets that we just saw in the previous one, like in the sky generator. We are going to leave it as it is right now, but I want to show also what we can do. It's here, you will see this little button that is called Studio, that basically where it's going to be, these are my space of a studio, that are like already presets that I saved because are lights that I usually like to use. But if you go to D5 Curated, this is for people that don't know how to use the HDR, or you are not like really willing to do it. You can already go to like D5 Curated HDRI that are basically curated by artists, so they are super nice. Most of the times I try when I want to create a light just to say how it looks. Let's see, for example, exterior day. As you see, it has like exterior night, interior, because it's really different the light that you need for interior. That is sometimes what we do, and this is to generate these planes that generate light inside, kind of whitish. So this one is kind of nice for that. Then for aerials that you have this kind of foggy, that is a lot. Like you can just go and explore those because are super interesting to test. I'm going to maybe save one of these curated ones in another view. I think for the forest, the overcast, it will look nice. So let's taste it. Yeah, I think it's bothering me, this. Now yes, now it's all good. Now we go again, the overcast, we apply it, the preset application succeed, so we will have it. We just tweak it as we want. Let's say that we like here. You see that this shouldn't be here, the context is actually super low. This is because we generated, the project should be up a little bit more, but let's leave it like it is, unless we just fake it and have the bridge flying. Let's say we can change this. Remember to tweak the 2 points perspective and save it. But as I was saying, you can use these ones. Of course, they are a good base to start. More or less is for what I use it. It's like, okay, I want to generate this overcast in the middle of the forest, so I use it as a base, but then I will always adjust. It's not like it's going to come magically and be like exactly what you want. So let's say that we like this, we save it, or maybe we do something like that, just to show you what I said before that I was going to find for you. We are going to turn on the depth of field, and you need to select the focus. So let's say that you want to focus in this, and everything that is in the foreground, it will turn blurry. So this is just to make something more cinematic, let's say. Or maybe with a tree you can generate the same. It will take a little bit of time because it's trying to processing and understand what is the focus. Just because I have it turned on, otherwise it just turn off again and that's it. Anyways, if you didn't save with this button, you will not need to turn off. Or just go to the camera, because if you are in this camera and now I move the camera, but I keep my presets, I will just go up and update the camera as we move the model. Okay. Maybe something like that. Okay. So, and now we are going to jump in to the AI generation of this. Because as you saw, we can do it manually, we can do it with the image, 360 image, the HDRI, or we can do with the already curated studio here. But D5 has a feature that I would like to share. So, okay, this has
one sort of key question,
yes.
and hopefully I don't jinx it. As you said, save. We haven't actually saved the file, right? How do you go through saving the file itself? And will it take time to save?
No, no. So what I explained before is like we connect Rhino to D5. So what is going to be, this is going to be a separate folder file that, as you see, I never save. Sorry for that. We are going to go here to file. We are going to save as.
The golden rule, always save.
No, yes, but don't worry, because here if we go to preferences, we are going to have like an autosave that even if you didn't save the file, it will appear with a backup that sometimes if you don't have a strong computer, it might crash, like could crash. Like I'm not saying that it will never crash, of course, depending on how many assets, how many things you apply in the whole thing. But you see that I have viewed the history version. So we applied this and you will go to the backup of all of this. But let's save it.
So it's quite good at the recovery kind of thing.
Yeah. Let's wait a second to this to save, and I'm going to show maybe how it appears. So we go here, you will see that this is the D5 file, that it comes like DRS file. This is the one that is going to be the one that you need to open when you close. But the program, it will generate a folder. So you will have an asset folder, a backup folder. These are like the ones I just create inside, but resource. So everything, as I was saying before, is going to be outside from Rhino, but it's going to be in this new like zipped folder that D5 generates for you. So if you go to preferences, you can change the autosave time. We can save the compressed file if you would like to save it smaller, but it's like Rhino small, save it small. I never trust on those, so I always try to keep it safe. Then you can tweak, change the shortcuts. As I was showing before, I was moving with the like normal gamer keyboard buttons, but you can like change and put maybe another ones. What else? We have like all things to change, like from Windows to General, but something really interesting that I would like to touch now that we are here in preferences, it's that some of these widgets that I have on, they are not on from the scratch. Like when you open the first time the program, you will need to turn on those. So you will see that I have turned on the VR, because this program is also compatible to apply the headset, so you will be able to walk through with any headset that you have. That is something interesting, because you can also in the exports export as a panorama view. Then another interesting thing from these ones, you can always like turn on the advanced image render. This it will try to make more support, and it will make the image go faster when you export. Then the same with the video, so I always try to keep all on. And then these are like new type of lightings that now that we are going to change to the artificial type of lighting we are going to see. And this is the merge project beta. This is the way that you connect two files from D5. Imagine that you don't have the team version because you are not willing to pay the team because you don't use it that much of time, and you use it in the pro version. So you are working with the design and someone is working in the landscaping. You are going to work with two different D5 files, and then you are going to be able to merge both. So when you merge it, you will combine all the view, scenes, layers, objects, everything. Everything that you adjust, they are going to be combined together. Just be aware that don't have any things duplicated, because otherwise you will have things duplicated. For example, if you have, a house, because you are doing the design, but then the landscape also was having the house, just delete the house in one of these files. Otherwise, of course, you will have it duplicated. And yeah, then this I don't change. I leave it as it is. And just if you want, I always try to increase this, because this is just for the level of detail, the LOD. This is just for the computer saving energy. If I go far, the assets are going to disappear or not. So that's why I always try to increase the meters here, so I can be previewing from any place and I will always see the whole scene. But I think that is all you need to know for now about the adjustments in the preferences. Yeah, and let's continue about the AI feature inside the environment generator. So as you see, it's called AI Atmosphere Image. What does it mean is that you are going to find an image that you find attractive, or you want to replicate any image of a 3D artist that you saw and you like. So we are going to see that you snap the current view. So maybe we are going to do a new one, just duplicating the one we have so we don't lose what we did. So we snap the current view, and you have the reference image. So we are going to upload an image. Here we have also ones that are just suggested for the program, but I have some saved. I'm going to, for example, go here into images site transfer. You can be in the meantime saving any image that you like. Let's say that we like this image. I have this image that I choose it on purpose because it has a lot of colors. So let's see what the program is going to understand and what the program is going to do. So we will try to generate an HDRI with the image that you are applying, like this reference image. And just in a matter of seconds, you will apply in the whole atmosphere. Okay, so of course I choose a random image. It was just to show you the process. I wouldn't use these colors for this image, but as you see, it's kind of affecting the whole thing and trying to replicate what we did, which is crazy. Sometimes I use it, and I think it gives a really good output. But of course, we can continue adjusting, even if it's created by the AI feature. You can have the whole thing again. We can maybe turn off because it was nicer like that. But yeah, maybe we'd save it. Okay, and I think that's it of all the natural light, what we can explore and do with the features that we have inside the program. So let's see what we can do inside. Okay, so we have some trees going inside that we didn't see. Let's remove this. And let's
How do you feel you're doing for time? Do we want a last break, or
uh,
do you want to
okay,
finish?
maybe I do just the lighting and we do a last break. The
Okay.
lighting, the interior lighting, because interior lighting is quite fast, it's not that long. So I'm going just to show. We have like different type of lighting as in all the programs is the same, like always playing with the spotlight, point lights, stripe lights, rectangular lights. And these are the ones that I turn off now in the widget. So it's that easy to apply. As you see, we just apply it and we will go to the controls here. We can like change the intensity, the radius of how much is going to be reflecting, the light source if you want bigger or higher. And then this is something nice because sometimes when we do, like let's duplicate this, you see that it's reflecting like quite strange in our material. Sometimes we don't want that. For that we can like just turn off and we are not going to have the reflection in the sky, like in any reflective materials. I don't know if you were like able to see. You see that I have the reflection in this and now we don't. And then of course we can change the color of the lighting. We can go from temperature to warm to cold, or we can like just pick a color that you want and change. So let's leave the real one. Maybe I'm going to just add the light here as it should be in the middle of the lamp. And we start seeing all the reflections. Yeah. Then maybe I'm going to just show another one. Interesting. The the stripe line, I use it always to do wall washes in corridors and so on. And as I was saying previously, you always have different adjustment depending of the type of the light that you create. And as you see, the light is moving as I want. If you want to create something longer or maybe increasing, you just move and be sure that you are applying to the correct surface. And then it's kind of the same, applying different colors, intensity and radius depending of the light. And then maybe just to show, another one is this one, the particular thing that has that you have the IS that you can change. So you can like change the type of lighting source that is applying with this. This is also something that used to come in 3ds Max, but I remember to have a folder full of different of this. The program has some, but as you see, you can like customize and add yourself, like the ones you want, if you have like a folder full of different ones, or a particular source of light that you would like to have. And yeah, and I think that's it about lighting, interior lighting. Of course, we can continue like going all around. You can now like go for it. Don't worry, in the masterclass there is all. But yeah, I think we can go for a break now.
Yeah, a couple quick questions. Someone just asked, is there a way to sort of snap the lighting onto the model as you're making that?
What you mean to snap, like the lighting
I
in the
think,
model?
yeah, like as you make the light box that you just made
Yeah.
there, can you snap it? Will it snap to the geometry or no?
Yeah, for sure. You just move it where you want, and then it will affect the whole ambient that you are. You can do any material in any scene, and you can use it as a material. But I always prefer to create light by the light source, not from materials, because the light source is always stronger.
Okay, nice. We got one. Someone has to leave now, but they're very excited. Thank you. But guys, you can access this. This is just going to live on YouTube, so um, you can access it anytime. Someone's saying you can key command isolate the light plus lamp to place the light in the correct spot.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's quite, there you go. There was actually a good question. Someone applied the material to the mesh terrain
Yeah.
already in the
Mesh.
Rhino file,
Yeah.
but it seemed patched and some parts were bigger, some parts were smaller. Is that a kind of issue
Um,
you've come across?
Yeah, I think there is going to appear a lot of issues. That's why we always try to go through everything. But the thing is, like, probably you have all the surfaces that we combine in the Rhino file, and you just need to create all the UVs in the same, as I was explaining before. So you want to apply a material, and all the UVs are going to be matching the same. Otherwise, you will have like different patches, or you just remove all the surface and you keep on one.
One last question before we break is, do you color correct in post in Photoshop or in D5?
Now, after the break, we are going to just go to exports and we are going to see all the post production. What we do.
Perfect. So yeah, so we're on the home straight, guys. We're running a little bit behind, but that's totally fine. What will we cover? A little bit exports and composition, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do that.
All right, guys. We'll do another 10 minutes. So let's say it's 25 past here, so 35 past wherever you are in the world. And we'll be back. Camila, thank you so much so far. It's hard to teach this long. So
I'm
this
doing
is
my
when
best.
the mind starts to drop. So guys, give it up for Camila. Give her a like on the video, comment, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. All right, guys, let's bring Camila back on.
Okay.
How's everyone doing? We're on the home straight. I know we've been going for 3.5 hours. It's a long one, but we're on the home straight, and it's all good content. And wherever you are in the world, grab a coffee, crack open a beer. Someone was saying it's 1:30 a.m. I don't know what you
Wow.
need. Maybe either Red Bull or beers for this one, but it's really great stuff, Camila. So well done. We're getting a lot of love in the comments, so thank you guys for that. Um, since you guys might be actually following along and doing stuff, do post on Instagram a story about what you're creating. We love to see a little window into what you're doing. There was some team that are like all around the table doing it together, which is pretty
Yeah.
cool to see. So tag us in it and we'll repost
Yeah,
it.
tag us. We would love to see that.
Yeah, we always love to see what you guys are doing, where you are. Maybe you're in the hut, you know, that'd be kind of cool if you were in the hut watching the tutorial. Um, but yeah, otherwise, Camilla, I'll hand it over to you for the last home straight.
Okay, perfect. So let's jump into the composition. That is something that I like to do before like placing all the scene, like your cameras, and before exporting, because it's quite important that you follow some of these let's say rules. So we have like first that I would like to share is like center, that we always try to center the image. You can be following by the lines that I like did, but as you saw before, the program has like this grid that it will help you to follow these kind of rules, let's say, with the juxtaposition, like try to do some contrast with the background because we want to generate these depths. Also with the leading line, like we always like to make the eye follow what we want, and we create that with the assets to highlight the model. The rule of the thirds we always also use, not only to have center as I have in this image, but also to have something focused in the side that we would like to share. We can do this rule of the thirds, but also at the same time doing it with the contrast. So you have the whole combination of the juxtaposition, rule of thirds, and the contrast apply. And last but not least, the frame with the frame, meaning that we like to frame the view with something that is in the scene, as I did here with the tree. But these are like kind of tricks or helps, let's say, for you to make your scene work. So back to the program, we have all the cameras that we did before. And let's talk about the first, before exports, how to render. We are going to see here next to the environment, we have like a section that is called effects. This is kind of, how can I call it? It's like a combination of Photoshop, but inside the program where you can see the post-processing, so you don't need to jump into another program. You just have everything into D5. You can like make the exposure compensation, the highlights, shadows, contrast, and as you see, the whole normal adjustment that you will do on Photoshop. Maybe let's tweak a little bit just to add it in our scene. Don't forget to upload it then with the update in the camera, otherwise you will lose it. Maybe this is too much. I always like to do a little of vignette. Let's save it. And here you will see that we have some styles that are like defined here already. So the AO, it's what I was saying before, for like enhance the shadows. We can like preview it or not. This, if you move it, you will see more like the edges in black. Then this, you can export it afterwards and use it as a mask in Photoshop. That is something that you will see, like how I enter and organize a file in Photoshop, but in the masterclass. Here I'm going just to export everything to show you and guide you how to do it. Then we have the depth. This also, it will something that it will help you to mask it afterwards in Photoshop. But it's nice to see how we can like change the depth depending if you want to create. Oh, it's very sensitive. Try to touch it slowly. So depending if you want to create shadows in the beginning or in the back, you can play with this. And then the outline mode if you want to make something more sketchy. And then the adjustment of the color. So this is like, I think, responding the question that previously before the break someone did about how we like do this all post-processing inside the program. So let's say that we like this image so as easy as touching this camera button. We are going to see the whole new here buttons to touch. We are going to press image, but as I explained before, with the headset we have here also the panorama view. So if you would like to like just export a panorama in 360, you can export this. Then what I usually do with this panorama is to create some tours. So if I export in panorama, then I can create a walking tour like in 360. Some clients already have the 360s. Then we will have the image that now we are going to use the image, but just to explain the panorama. Then this we will not touch because are the same that we are already adjust in the cameras. So we like to have the focal length and the open of the camera in those numbers. Then if you move a little bit, this is kind of tricky because sometimes people tell me, Camila, where I can find the channels? You just slide this bar and you will have the whole thing. It's not that it's in a particular place, it's just a little bit hidden. Then you can change the aspect ratio. Sometimes we like to export as 16:9 because it's where the screen it is. Like normally in presentations we export in 16:9, but as we always do a report, like a book report for the client, I always like to export as a square with all the whole thing, because sometimes you like to move depending if it's a rectangular thing or just a square. So those are the ones that I use the most, depending for where you want to present your image. As you see, these are going to be like framing the different aspect ratios. Then talking about presets, D5 is quite crazy. That goes from 2K, as you can see, till 16. I think I never saw 16 in any program, I'm just thinking. But 16, it will be crazy amount of pixels. So I normally go from 4 till 6, depending on the size of the image that I want to export. And you will see that if I touch, it will appear here the size of the image, like the width and the height. But as we all saw before, always unlinking this button, we are going to be able to adjust it our custom size. This is also if you have a special like size of board and you want to like put a real number that you already have, and you just export that one. The watermark we don't want, it will be a watermark from D5. And then important thing, the channels. So if you press this button, of course we turn on, but if you press this button, you will see all the channels that are going to be exported if you turn on the channels option. And these are going to be the ones that normally we use for post-production. So what I consider the best is the ambient occlusion. So this one, might help you a lot when you want to like enhance your image. Of course, the material ID to pick anything in the post-production, but the reflections are like the same when we export in 3ds Max that normal programs don't have, like to export reflection and enhance it in Photoshop to boost it. Then the depth, also something that I use a lot to create this depth that I was saying that we always try to generate in all the images. And I think with the format we are done. We can, as you see, export in different type of export, but I always go in PNG because it's better quality than JPX. But if you really have 16K, maybe I will go to TIFF. Check. Depends also what you are usually used to use. And then we just go to render or batch render. This is add to render to queue. It's translate to batch render. You will add all these features in batch, like all the cameras that you already have in your scene, add it in the queue, and then you will have all already rendered. Sorry. So we press render. I already did in the 10 minutes break just to not lose time because we are quite tight. But just to show you as fast I did this, it is. It's going to take a minute or, depending on your power of computer, 1 minute to 5. So you just press render and then you have your exports. So now we are going to jump into what is AI doing with these exports, because as I was saying before, we have all AI covered in the different features of the program. And here next to the camera of export, we are going to see the AI post-processing. That here it will appear all the renders that we just shoot. And let's say that we want to do something in AI to this one. So here we will see that we have the AI enhancer, AI style transfer, in painting, effects, and download. For people that are used to AI features, like any program, any website of AI, you will have normally the enhancer. That basically what it does is upscaling the image. I'm not going to do this just for a matter of time, but again, if you want to continue exploring all these features in detail, we can go in the masterclass to see it. But what I would like to show and share is with the AI style transfer. You will see that you have different style that you can apply. And this is what I was saying, to create a scale model, like physical model. But these ones I don't use that much because they are not that realistic, and what I like to do is realism. So we are going to go to realistic, and we can turn this into a night mode. What I like to do is to put the structure matching weight in the whole thing, so it tries to get the model as it is and it doesn't change that much, because AI always try to go a little bit crazy with particular models like we do at Big, and we want to avoid that. And you just press do, and we wait, and in a couple of minutes you will see that you get the style transfer inside the program, which is crazy. I don't know, in the meantime, if someone has any question, we can wait and talk at the same time.
Yeah, let me have a look. Not direct questions at the moment. Let me bring this up. Guys, do we have any questions for this? Put it in the chat. A few people, how do we get the masterclass? So, guys, hopefully if you found this, unless you've just found us on YouTube, if you go to ATN Summit, ATN-Summit, the website, under workshops, I'll put the link in the chat. If you just follow to the workshop path, you will create a free account on the ATN website, and you can access the masterclass. So masterclass access here. So I assume most of you guys have done this. So on Monday, the end of Monday, we should release the files. I've still got some editing to do. Editing as fast as I can. Yeah. Camila, this is a good one that I think a couple people have asked, but what programs do you need to know to potentially join the big visualization team besides D5?
I think we always try to do the views depending of the image that we want to create is the program that we are going to use, no? But now as DeFi is going every time like updated and updated and updated, is kind of reaching all the tools that we need. So with AI helping upscaling images and everything, now DeFi is kind of taking control of all, but it's not the only program we need. So depending of the office, for example, in Copenhagen, they are using mostly 3ds Max, but also it's because we work differently in the amount of production.
Yeah, I'd also say like I think the Viz team in Big it's not massive, right? It's usually
Yeah.
like a few people in the office. I don't think Big never really had like a full on in-house production team. Like you yourself, you're a designer, but you also do this, right? So
Yeah.
um, yeah, that's you need to be a designer as well as great at visualization stuff.
Yeah, we don't have a 3D artist that are not architect.
Yeah.
Because we think it's important to be an architect, like to show architecture in a way.
Someone's asking for extreme weather, like hurricanes and floods.
Yeah,
Can D5 do simulating real
I
life
think
environments?
I think this is what Vicky was saying the other day, that they are trying to incorporate more and more weather and seasonal
Yeah,
changes. But what I would consider you is to use the AI match atmosphere, like with an image that you have, and you will recreate that with the AI instead of having from the features already in the program.
yeah. Someone's asking what is the competition? If you rewind, I'll talk a little bit about the competition, but I'll just bring it back up. So we're going to be releasing a ATN D5 video competition. And so the idea is you guys can take the model, you can't change the model, but you can put it anywhere in the world. So, you know, we want to see the birdhouse in Antarctica or on the sea or in a desert island or in the jungle, like whatever you can come up with, have fun with it and get creative. You can create like a 30-second video, you can create it up to a minute. We know that's a little bit long, so you know, around 30 seconds plus. And we'll judge basically the top 10. We'll all get access to some of the ATN courses and a 3-month D5 Pro license. Second place will get 6-month D5 license, tickets to the summit, and ATN courses. And the winner will get a HP computer, a laptop, a whole year of D5, tickets to the summit, and courses. So it's totally free for you guys to enter. We're not charging people to enter all this kind of stuff, and you can learn how to do it here by going back through the videos. That's the competition.
And we are going to be the jury.
Yeah, Camila and I will be the jury with some other people, and yeah, I'm really excited to see what you guys create with this. Let me just like for a few more whilst it's still processing. Actually, this is a good question. What if you're working collaboratively? Like some people are sending stuff from Rhino and Revit. Is that possible?
You cannot be collaborating with two different programs, but yes, you can be collaborating like a lot of people from the same program. So you will need to like jump into all Rhino team or then having a file of D5 from Revit team.
Okay.
Yeah. Not yet, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe then.
Okay, so you can use D5 with Rhino and Revit and SketchUp and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Those programs that I show in the beginning, They were like the ones that you can connect. Revit was one of those.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing a lot of people are asking is certificates. So we can do a certificate. What I'll probably do is send you guys a feedback form. You fill out the feedback form and we'll give you a certificate basically. I'll put it in the chat next week and I'll also email all you guys next week. If that's okay. How are you doing, Camila? Is it still processing?
Yeah, the thing is, like, I always use these AI tools, and in the meantime, I'm doing something else. But I think with the streaming and everything is getting like
Yeah.
longer than normal. But we can continue showing, and maybe like some moment it will appear. So
Hang on, we'll just do, yeah, yeah, carry on.
otherwise, again, you can see it in the masterclass that I already record everything working well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the challenge, guys. Sometimes doing this live, you got your computer hardware running, it's streaming. We've got a lot going on in the background here.
Yeah, with all the
Um,
programs open.
yeah, other programs open. Um, so yeah, I'll let you just continue, Camila, and then
Yeah, I'm just going to
go from
like try to close the whole live, but first I would like to share this one because this is like style transfer from image. That is the one I use the most in terms of style transfer. As I was saying before, if you like to have a flood or hurricane or anything like super strong weather like image, you will just use it as a reference, and the program you will understand and style transfer. Actually, the style transfer is super strong. I would like to show you, but it's not working. I'm like shame. But then you have also the in painting that you can like retouch people as we all want. Like we use any upscaler of people like Magnific, Crea, or and other ones we can use here. This one is quite nice. And then you can apply the in painting just in vegetation. This is just if you want to upscale something in particular, like the sky, the water, or vegetation of people. Otherwise, you will use the enhancer that is for the whole image. And then these effects is to do. We don't have any cars, but this is to make the this motion blur when you have any movement or any people, cars, you will use this motion blur post-production. And you can choose the angle and the weight as we will normally do in Photoshop, but inside the program. And yeah, and that is all. Then how it's going to be, it's going to be an image that you just download and you just import then later in Photoshop, and you can combine all the things that we export, the channels, the image, and the AI post-processing image, and you can create your masterpiece. So yeah, so that is I
Nice.
think all we can touch base today, but I'm happy to be sharing everything, all the
Yeah.
all
Do you want
this.
to give, I mean, maybe not show it, but do you want to just give a flavor of the
Yeah.
animation stuff? Like just, 5,
Let
10 minutes
me,
of,
yeah, you can put me in the back so I can show
hang
because
on.
I did it already for the so so this one, for example, I use the upscaler. Then we have here I use also the style transfer reference by reference. I think I put let me
Yeah,
find.
so you got 3, they're from the same angle, but they're like very different. Very nice.
Yeah, these ones are already with a lot of work, but it's all recorded. For example, I use this image as a style transfer reference. We
Oh, it's just a black
open.
screen.
Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, that opens, this I use this juxtaposition that I was saying with the blur of the depth field. Here we did for the people with the ink painting. Also, this person I added as a 3D. I'm showing in the masterclass how I did it. Then this one I turned from day to night. And this is a section that also you can do as I showed before with this plane and section cube that the program has inside. We usually use for doing section perspectives. Always helps how to understand the interior of the building. And then another one that also shows this. This one I put a style transfer by Sunrise.
Nice. Yes, these are super nice. We'll be posting these as well. But yeah, guys, the masterclass, you're going to touch on all of these things, animation, and you'll be able to give yourself the skills to do the competition if you haven't, if you don't have them yet. That's the whole point of this.
Yes, and here it opens. This is the image that I put as a reference image, and this is what the program understands. So as you see, it's kind of really reading the sense of what is the image that you want to generate.
I like the little deer just poking into it as well.
Yeah.
All right, let's just have a look through last questions, guys, as we're going through this. There's always, of course, do you use Comfy UI and AI software?
Yeah.
Of course, but I'll let you explain that a little bit more.
Okay, so yes, we have a team of AI in the office that we are always trying to make workflows for Comfy UI. But right now we didn't find like the real workflow that works to replace all these tools that I'm like teaching. So I wouldn't like show it now, but yeah, we have a lot of AI things going on around.
Yeah, there's a lot of AI.
The problem with Comfy is that you always have to be doing it by pixelating the image, and that sometimes it goes crazy when you have to do 20 images for a project. So we try to reduce the amount of, as I was showing before, software that we are using. So yeah.
Yeah, of course, everyone's playing with it. A lot of thank you, guys. Give Camila a thank you. Like the video. Follow her on Instagram. I've put your Instagram up there, Camila, so that people can find you. Also, add on LinkedIn. It's always a good place to reach out to people. But yeah, I think we'll end up there because this is 4 hours of teaching. It's a lot, so guys. Camila probably needs a drink and to regenerate. There's loads of questions about the competition. Like I said, all of this stuff, go on to our website, atn-summit.com. That's everything to do with the summit. We've also got our base website, which is archi-tech.network. This is all the build up to our event in March. We've also released some really incredible speakers. Early bird tickets are available now, so you can get them via the link below the video. We'll release more information about the competition on Monday, but keep an eye out for it. Again, it's on the website. You can go and check it out. And if you enjoyed this one, we've also got another workshop coming up at the beginning of January with Foster & Partners, where they'll be teaching their own software, actually, called Cyclops, which is all about basically environmental analysis, like daylight analysis, solar radiation, all this kind of stuff. It's super fast compared to like Ladybug or Honeybee, for example. It runs off the GPU, so it's really fast. So if you like this workshop, we're going to be back with another one. I think, Camila, you can unshare your screen just so we can do a little goodbye and wave to the audience. So yeah, thank you guys for joining. We've had over 1,600 people sign up to this. There's been well over 200 concurrently watching all the time, so I feel a lot of people have come in and out and watched this. Camila, is amazing workshop. I'm already completely sold by D5. Um,
Thank
it's really incredible what they've done. So thank you for your time. Remember to give Camila a follow and help her with what she's doing with her career. And we'll see you in the next workshop. Camila, I don't know if you want to say goodbye or say anything.
I want to say thank you for being here, and we wait to see those videos of the competition.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that. I want to see some cool stuff. Space. Don't worry if the birds can't survive. Space, birdhouse. Um, yeah, desert, underwater, in the water.
No limit.
Yeah, no limits. Don't worry about the birds. Just as long as we can access them. All right, guys. Thank you. Join along. Give us a like. Follow us, like and subscribe. All that good stuff. And we'll see you in the next workshop.
Nice.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye.